Chapter 956. Awo. The rhino-shaped beast let out an extremely miserable howl. Blood gushed out from all over its body like a waterfall. A cavalryman under the beast's feet didn't manage to dodge in time and was drenched by the scarlet blood, drenching him and his horse red. But Wang Chong's four-armed God King Yama was different. His four arms struck out like lightning bolts at the behemoth. Wherever the ballista bolt struck, the massive stellar energy would cause the thick ballista bolts to shoot back out of the behemoth. Wang Chong's goal was to use these ballista bolts to stab into the behemoth's innards. Attack its head. In addition, use all your strength to drive those ballista bolts into its innards. Wang Chong's order resounded over the battlefield, and all the elite generals of the Tang dynasty gathered together to attack the behemoth like a storm. On the ground, many of the cavalry had arranged themselves into ranks and were charging at the four stone pillar-like feet of the rhinoceros behemoth. Some of them had even jumped off their horses, plunging their sharp wuzi steel swords into the behemoth's limbs and climbing up its body. Gao Xianji, Wang Chong, Wang Yan, and Qing Qianli have all moved out. Four peak Saint Martial great generals are working together. This behemoth will find it very difficult to stop them. It will be rather difficult for the Arabian Empire to use a single behemoth to finish them off. The commander of the Mutri Great Cavalry, Huoba Senji, suddenly said. An army of 100,000 attacking a single behemoth was a heaven-shaking sight that no one could imagine. This was especially true of the three mighty gods and the Anshi Protector General Gao Xianji. With four supreme experts working together, not even the strongest behemoth could outshine them. And the screams of the behemoth were proof enough. It's not that simple. The four of them aren't weak, but that giant beast isn't that easy to destroy. Just at this moment, a voice sounded by Xiao Chen's ear. The heavenly wolf Great General Duwusili suddenly spoke with narrowed eyes and a sharp gaze. Ah! Huoba Senji turned his head and was slightly surprised. Can't you feel it? Although the behemoth had been severely injured and its aura had weakened significantly, its life force was still exuberant. Its skin is too tough. Go Xianji and the others managed to block at least 3 or 4 of their attacks, but they were all blocked by that skin. Duwusili said slowly with his hands behind his back. Duwusili is right. Beasts are beasts after all. They can't be compared to humans. They don't know martial arts and they don't know any moves. However, these beasts have an advantage, and that is their tenacious vitality. If Gao Xianji and Wang Chong want to kill this beast, I'm afraid they won't be able to do so without paying a price. A refined voice sounded by his ear. Daluan Ruozen's sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was elegant and otherworldly. Huoba Senji was taken aback. He subconsciously glanced at the two of them, then turned his head and looked at the battlefield in the distance thoughtfully. Everything was similar to what Daluan Ruozen and Duwusili had predicted. In the distance, the behemoth roared again and again, but under the stimulation of pain, it also went berserk. All of its potential burst forth. The behemoth raised its golden horn, and Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, was the first to be unable to resist. The horn struck him and he was sent flying. Then, the behemoth swayed its body, and its huge body slammed into the supreme desolation god that Qing Qianli had transformed into. Qing Qianli couldn't stand still, and he staggered backward and almost fell to the ground. Damn it! In the face of the behemoth's sharpness, even Gao Xianji had to retreat temporarily. This behemoth was too powerful. Although everyone's attacks could inflict serious damage on it, there was still a long way to go before they could kill it. Moreover, the behemoth's golden horn gave the four of them an extremely dangerous feeling. Wang Chong, be careful, it's coming towards you. Seeing the behemoth's horn heading towards Wang Chong, Gao Xianji hurriedly shouted a warning. Bastard! Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly. At this time, he also realized that although he had transformed into the God King Yama, he did not have a suitable weapon in his hands. The Vajra formed by his gang energy was not very useful against creatures with tenacious vitality like the behemoth. Moreover, Wang Chang's woozy steel sword could not even pierce through its skin. Seeing the behemoth charging towards him, Wang Chong gritted his teeth, but there was no way he could retreat. Behind him was a dense army. If the behemoth was allowed to run freely within the line of defense, it would only take a few seconds for the entire army to suffer heavy casualties. Open for me! The God King Yama that Wang Chong had transformed into stretched out his 4 arms. 2 of his huge, steel-like arms fiercely grabbed the giant golden horn, while the other 2 thick arms pressed down on its head. His body leaned forward, his legs deeply pressed against the solid ground, and all the strength in his body burst forth. Boom! The earth shook. Wang Chong's feet plowed 2 huge, deep marks on the ground. After sliding for a few hundred feet, Wang Chong finally resisted the impact of the rhino-shaped behemoth. However, the behemoth's vitality was still very tenacious. It was only a few hundred feet away, but under the impact of the behemoth, the entire army was in chaos. Countless mercenaries and soldiers of the Tang dynasty in the entire line of defense were trampled into meat patties by the behemoth's power. Within a few hundred feet of the behemoth, there were corpses of people and horses everywhere. With such a simple impact, at least 4,000 people died under the feet of the behemoth. No, I have to kill it as soon as possible. Wang Chong clenched his teeth in worry. This behemoth was still far from collapsing. If he didn't think of a way to kill it, many more soldiers would die, and the number would be 10 times, perhaps even several dozen times. As the commander of this army, Wang Chong had no path of retreat. Qing Qianli, Wang Yan, go help him. Gao Xianji's voice resounded in everyone's ears, and he was the first to charge forward. However, before they could rush over, there was a sudden change. Roar! With a heaven-shaking roar, the behemoth that had been blocked by Wang Chong unleashed its savagery. Enormous energy erupted from its body, and with a shake of its head, it shook off Wang Chong's grip and charged off in another direction. Not good! Everyone grimaced. This was the so-called desperate struggle of a cornered beast. The more heavily injured this beast was, the stronger it became, and the closer it was to death, the more potential it could unleash. In its current state, if no one controlled it, the entire defense line would become a bloody battlefield. Boom! With no time to think, Wang Chong suddenly mounted the rhino-shaped behemoth. This sudden development had the eyes of Mazel and the celestial wolf Great General Duwusili widening in shock. This scoundrel is a madman. This was the only thought in the minds of the celestial wolf Great General Duwusili and the others. Anyone with eyes could see that the behemoth had gone mad, in a state of complete insanity. Not even Mazel, the commander of the behemoth army, could control it. It has to be stopped. In his God King Yama form, Wang Chong's entire body was tense. He could no longer sense what was going on in the outside world, all his attention focused on the behemoth. Boom! Wang Chong punched the rhino-shaped behemoth's head, and then a second, a third, a fourth. 4 fists rained down on the behemoth, but not even this was enough to stop the rhino-shaped behemoth. Wang Chong could sense that the flame of its life was rapidly dimming and weakening, but it was still not dead. More importantly, without the 4 of them to stop it, its massive body was still charging forward. Ah! Panicked and terrified screams came from the ground. At every moment, a large number of Qixi reinforcements were falling to the behemoth's feet, pile after pile. Blood flowed freely on the ground, and many people didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into pulp. Wang Chong's heart was bleeding. He could sense that at least 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers had been killed by the behemoth, and if he did not stop the rhino-shaped behemoth, this number would only increase. Stop him! At this crucial moment, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, Wang Yan, Shi Yuanqing, and the others finally charged forward. The mighty miracle god, the supreme desolation god, and Gao Xianji's strength had finally managed to slow down the frenzied behemoth. Boom! Boom, boom. One heavy punch after another fell. Clatter, clatter. Amidst the clanking of heavy chains, the supreme desolation god Qing Qianli's hand shot out one huge stellar energy chain after another. Like spirit snakes, they coiled around the giant beast's body, wrapping around it again and again, firmly holding it back. The combined efforts of these great generals had finally managed to hold down the behemoth. Swish, 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 swish. The sword in Gao Xianji's hand unleashed fierce beams of sword qi that slammed into the behemoth's body. Bloody gashes appeared one after another, rivers of blood gushing out. Wang Chong, Qing Qianli, Wang Yan, Shi Yuanqing. All the experts worked with the nimble Wushang cavalry on the ground. Vajra pestles, iron fists, stellar energy, Wuzi steel swords, and ballistae fired at the behemoth. The rhino-shaped behemoth's vitality rapidly dropped, but despite these injuries, the behemoth still did not die. It was still struggling as if it wanted to advance. Such a terrifying vitality was completely unimaginable. Perhaps we should use this chance to kill them. On the distant hills, Duwusili watched the battle between the humans and the behemoth, his eyes flashing with cold light. These words were so sudden that even Huoshu Wizong and Dusong Mengpoj were left dumbfounded. But after a moment's thought, they were greatly tempted. The charge of the behemoth had already thrown the Tang people's battle formation into complete disarray. In the current state of the Tang dynasty, if the Uzun and the Western Turks worked together to attack, they would definitely be able to throw the Tang army into complete disarray, perhaps even defeat it. This thought flashed through their minds. At first, they were still hesitant, but slowly, they became restless. Chapter 957. We will definitely strike, but now is not the time. As if sensing the gazes of the three, Daluan Ruozan suddenly spoke. His first words left the trio dumbfounded. But wouldn't it be a pity if we missed this chance? Duwusili said. Daluan Ruozan looked forward, his wide sleeves flapping in the wind as he shook his head. Have none of you noticed? This is such an excellent chance, but the Arabs still haven't struck. The mood on the hill immediately shifted. The three great generals frowned and subconsciously turned in the direction of the Arabs. Beyond the two steel defense lines in front of the city of Talas was a vast sea of Arab soldiers on the west side of the earth, a black tide of Arab soldiers stretching into the distance. But just as Daluan Ruozan had said, the behemoths were attacking. This was such an excellent chance, but the Arabs had clearly shown no intention of attacking. The three great generals fell silent at this sight, their brows furrowing even tighter. The Arabs are quiet. If they haven't struck, it can only mean one thing. Abu Muslim does not believe that now is the best time to strike. They still have other backup plans. Daluan Ruozan suddenly said, his eyes wise. The three of them were silent, but they all had looks of shock on their faces. This was just the beginning, and if they had other tricks up their sleeves, then the Tang army at Talas would truly be doomed and would find it difficult to escape complete annihilation. But what truly shocked the three of them was the terrifying methods of the Arabs. With this sort of strength, it was very difficult to find any power that could contend against them. In the end, this is a war between Arabia and the Tang dynasty. We've already done all we can, so it's not wise for us to usurp the host's position. Moreover, although the Tang dynasty's army is in disarray, it still has the strength to counterattack. Don't forget that, with the help of the formation, they have at least 4 great general-level experts. If we force our way in at this time, we might end up being thrown into disarray. If we suffer too heavy of a loss, the Arabs might even look down on us. Daluan Ruozan said. The last sentence caused the hearts of the three of them to tremble violently. As generals, the only thing the three of them had to consider was how to defeat their opponents on the battlefield. When it came to politics, he was not as clear and thorough as Daluan Ruozan. It was true that Uzun and the Western Turks had only formed an alliance with the Arabs, but their alliance was far from being that deep. If they were too impulsive and their strength was greatly reduced, causing the Arabs to look down on them and the alliance to break. The gains would not make up for the losses. Whether it was Duwusili or Huashu Wuzong, no one was willing to face such a huge beast. Dalawan Ruozan smiled faintly. He knew that they had already understood. Deterrence is far more useful than real action. We are now stationed here to block the retreat of the people of the Tang dynasty. This is a real attack on the Tang dynasty. They don't dare to retreat now, but if we really attack, at least half of the people of the Tang dynasty can take the opportunity to escape. That would really be a great loss. While Dalawan Ruozan was discussing with Duwusili, the battle between the 4 top-class generals of the Tang dynasty and the behemoth had reached its final phase. Wang Chong, in his God King Yama form, was seated on the enormous rhino-shaped behemoth, his Vajra pestle slamming into its body, while his other 4 arms were also attacking the behemoth with all their might. But when Wang Chong's attacks were at their fiercest, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. It was an indescribable feeling, like a flame was burning in his body just like the behemoth. The power of Lu Wu. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong suddenly came to his senses. What's going on here? Wang Chong froze. He could sense that the strength of Lu Wu that had been dormant in his body this entire time had suddenly awakened, and it was beginning to exert a powerful attraction on the behemoth. Wang Chong could sense an intense desire to devour it, and this feeling was only getting stronger and stronger. Bang! With no time to think, Wang Chong bellowed and punched. The moment he punched, violet flames surged out like a tide, engulfing his right arm and smashing into the behemoth's body. Awo! The behemoth, which had been in a frenzy, suddenly let out an unprecedented howl of pain. The behemoth's rich life aura was instantly reduced by a large margin, and the degree of weakening was even greater than any of its previous attacks. Not only that, as this punch descended, Wang Chong could clearly sense an enormous energy, brimming with life energy, rushing out of the behemoth's body and into his own. Wonderful! Invigorated, Wang Chong's strength of Lu Wu surged out and wrapped around the God King Yama's 4 arms. Boom boom boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong's 4 arms rained down on the rhino-shaped behemoth's head. Crack! With one final punch, Wang Chong's blazing violet strength smashed into the behemoth's golden horn. With a crisp crack, the horn was shattered from the base and sent flying. Without this horn, the behemoth gave a mournful wail as its massive body toppled over. Rumble! The moment the behemoth fell, the earth quaked and large sections of the steel walls were smashed into smithereens. After enduring tens of thousands of arrows, more than 3,000 ballistae, and a storm of attacks from 4 great generals, the behemoth's life had finally come to an end. I've finally succeeded. A voice came from behind him as Gao Xianji jumped down from the behemoth's massive body. His face was rather pale. The behemoth had not been much of a threat to him, but its powerful vitality had consumed a great deal of Gao Xianji's energy. This situation is extremely bad for us. I feel like the Arabs are using this method to exhaust our strength. On the other side, Ching Qianli's supreme desolation god shook his wrist and pulled back the stellar energy chains binding the behemoth's body. His complexion was not very good. In order to avoid heavy casualties, he had put all his strength into this battle. We can discuss this matter later. The urgent task at hand is to gather the army. At the same time, Wang Yan emerged from the other side. As the commander of the army, he was most concerned about the state of the army. The behemoth had only been able to break through the defense line for a very short period of time, but this brief moment had dealt a devastating blow to the army. The 100,000 soldiers of Qixi had been thrown into disarray, their formation completely disrupted. Chonger, how are you? Wang Yan turned his head to the other side, a look of concern on his face. These words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and countless gazes turned in concern to Wang Chong. Wang Chong's God King Yama sat motionlessly on the behemoth's body, seemingly lost in thought, a very strange expression on his face. I'm fine. Wang Chong shook his head as he came back to his senses. In a flash of light, Wang Chong dispelled the God King Yama and returned to his original appearance. Wang Chong jumped off the behemoth's body. Everyone, hear my order. Gather the army and return to your positions. Ballista troops, hear my order. Prepare to attack at any moment. Li Sai, Sun Jiming, quickly gather the soldiers and take stock of the casualties. Banahan Guli, King Gaunka, I need you to stabilize your people as quickly as possible. The moment his feet touched the ground, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure and issued a series of clear and precise orders. The panicked army immediately calmed down upon hearing Wang Chong's orders. Only after issuing these orders did Wang Chong have the time to examine the behemoth. Only by standing at its side could one truly sense its enormous size and the terrifying energy surging through its body. Even though the behemoth was dead, the brief moment before its death had left an indelible impression on the soldiers. Marquis, I've taken stock. In this wave of attacks, we lost at least 10,000 men, a significant portion of whom were trampled to death by the behemoth. In addition, more than 2,000 warhorses were frightened off by the behemoth. Even more serious is that the morale of the soldiers is extremely low. Our men are fine, but the mercenaries we recruited from the western regions are greatly affected. Right now, they're all showing signs of refusing to fight and fleeing. If we don't resolve this problem, at least a portion of the soldiers will flee. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Li Sai cupped his fists and walked over. Not only that, a very long section of our defense line has been destroyed by the behemoth and urgently needs to be repaired. In addition, the behemoth's corpse is also a major problem. Its corpse is pressing down on our defense line, and there's a distance of more than 500 zhang that can't be repaired. If we don't resolve this gap, it will have a major impact on our defense line. Xue Qianjun also stepped forward, clasping his fists and bowing. There's no need to worry about the behemoth. Even if the Arabs wanted to, they wouldn't be able to climb over the behemoth's corpse. As for the destroyed defense line, quickly have someone repair it. In addition, Zhang Shouji. At this point, Wang Chong paused. Your subordinate is here. At almost the same time, the azure-robed Zhang Shouji stepped forward. How are the preparations for that weapon coming along? Wang Chong suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of Qing Qianli, Gao Xianji, Wang Yan, and the others trembled, and they couldn't help but look over. Wang Chong was the commander-in-chief of the army, a position that no one could shake, so very few people would interfere with Wang Chong's decisions. But even someone as composed as Gao Xianji couldn't help but be a little startled by Wang Chong's words. Chapter 958. Lord Marquis, ever since that giant beast appeared, I've already organized a group of people to begin assembling it. However, this type of giant ballista is complex and time-consuming. I'm afraid that it will take some more time to assemble. Zhang Shouji lowered his head and bowed. Wang Chong, what's going on here? And what's that giant ballista? Gao Xianji couldn't help but ask upon hearing Zhang Shouji's voice. The Tang dynasty had ballistae, but he had never heard of giant ballistae. Wang Chong had said that these giant ballistae were time-consuming and also needed to be assembled. This was something that Gao Xianji had not known before. I once participated in the War of the Southwest. At the time, the Uzun had a giant army. Milord should know of this matter. Wang Chong frankly said. Gao Xianji nodded. The War of the Southwest had a massive impact, and Gao Xianji had sent people to investigate, so he knew all this information. But what does it have to do with this? These giant ballistae are meant to deal with those giants. Wang Chong straightforwardly said, not hiding anything. Gao Xianji's expression froze, a hint of astonishment appearing on his face. Ever since the War of the Southwest ended, I've wanted to create a weapon to deal with these massive opponents, but my progress has never been very smooth. The construction of the ballistae of the Tang dynasty has always been a secret, and there's never been any talk of giant ballistae before, much less anyone who's tried to use them. Thus, I've spent a great deal of effort on this matter, and only now have I made some progress. The giant ballistae that Wang Chong had been secretly researching were meant to deal with the sky-quaking giants, not these mountainous behemoths. But there was no other way, and Wang Chong could only try everything in a hopeless situation. Although no one else knew, Wang Chong was keenly aware that this was not the only behemoth. This attack was only the prelude. Time was short, and while Wang Chong and Gao Xianji were discussing countermeasures, Abu Muslim was standing in the rear of the army, his gaze piercing across the battlefield to stare at the behemoth's corpse. After a long while, he finally looked away. It failed. It seems like the giant beasts have no way to break through the defense line of the Tang dynasty. A voice came from behind him. Ziad frowned and suddenly said, "Don't worry." He had originally been full of hope for the giant beast legion, but this outcome wasn't what he had hoped for. Abu Muslim said nothing, his face expressionless as he slowly turned his head and cast a profound gaze in another direction. 100 feet from him stood a crimson figure. It was the commander of the behemoth army, Mazel. "This is just a coincidence." As if understanding the meaning in Abu Muslim's eyes, the crimson Mazel clenched his teeth and argued. "There is no opponent that my behemoth army cannot destroy, and there is no city that my behemoth army cannot destroy. Give me another chance, and I will completely destroy them, tear apart their defense line, and destroy their cities." Mazel clenched his fists. He had never imagined that he would encounter 4 elite great generals on the same battlefield. This was not a normal situation. This was even more than the number of great generals the Arabs had encountered in the past. "We don't need you to destroy them. We only need you to tear apart their defense line and destroy their cities for us. As for everything else, that's our business." Abu Muslim finally spoke, his voice tranquil as ever. No matter how formidable the behemoths were, they were not as intelligent as humans. In Abu Muslim's plans, he had never hoped to use them to completely destroy the enemy. Perhaps they could destroy the great Tang soldiers, but it was impossible for top-class generals like Wang Chong and Go Xianji to do so. "You!" Mazel's eyes flashed with rage at Abu Muslim's words. This was a naked insult and slander. As the commander of the behemoth army and a trusted aide of the Caliph, no governor had ever dared to treat him like this. "Don't forget His Majesty's decree. In this eastern battlefield, I am the highest-ranking commander. Everything is under my command. Putting aside the question of whether or not you can kill the enemy commander, if you can't even complete the simple mission of destroying the enemy's defense line and cities, I will not hesitate to kill you. Not even the Caliph will be able to save you," Abu Muslim said in an awe-inspiring voice, his expression as cold as steel that would not tolerate disobedience. Mazel fell silent. Abu Muslim's words were a form of humiliation, but just as he had said, Abu Muslim was the true ruler of the East. No matter how unwilling Mazel was, before the governor of iron and blood of the East, he had no choice but to bow and lower his head. "As you wish, Lord Governor, I will complete the task you mentioned. I will quietly await your news." Abu Muslim gave Mazel a profound glance before quickly withdrawing his gaze. Although the battle was over, the tension in the air only increased. Behind the first defense line, a group of craftsmen was huddled together, busily working. Countless large parts were scattered around them, and in the center was an enormous machine that was slowly beginning to take shape. From its outline, this heavy machine was 20 to 30 meters long. Such a massive machine was not something that 5 or 6 people could operate. Although it was still incomplete, from its complex and massive shape, it was certain to possess astonishing power once completed. This was the giant ballista that Wang Chong had spoken of. Everything has a weakness, and these behemoths are no exception. No matter what, we have to find their weakness. While Zhang Shouji's craftsmen were putting all their effort into assembling the giant ballista, Wang Chong, overseeing the front of the army, was also pondering a question. Wang Chong didn't have a very deep understanding of the behemoth army. All his information came from rumors and rumors. But when he put together all the information, the Arabian Empire's behemoth army had probably vanished into the river of history long before the calamity. If they hadn't encountered an extremely powerful foe, then it could only mean that these behemoths had a massive flaw that was impossible to make up for. But what is it? What's their weakness? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. Wang Chong had never placed his hopes on something that he couldn't be certain of. This was not just a matter of one or two people, but an army of more than 100,000, a territory with a radius of several thousand li, and the safety of the capital and Longxi. Only by finding a way to completely deal with the behemoths could he win this war. Roar! As Wang Chong was thinking, the earth in the distance began to quake. Two enormous energies, brutal and fierce, suddenly appeared in everyone's perception. In shock, Wang Chong raised his head. In the distance, two massive silhouettes, no smaller than the rhino-shaped behemoth, had appeared on the horizon. Cries of alarm rang out from the crowd behind the formation. All of the Tang soldiers and mercenaries who had just experienced the battle paled in an instant. One behemoth was already difficult enough to deal with, and now two of these powerful behemoths had appeared together. For the Tang dynasty, this was a calamity. What do we do? If this continues, all of us will die here sooner or later. The 100,000 soldiers of Qixi were in great waves of shock and anxiety. Countless gazes turned to Wang Chong and Gao Xianji. The strength of humans was far too insignificant in front of the behemoths. At a time like this, they could only place their hopes on these two commanders. Wang Chong said nothing. At this stage, the battle had already slipped out of his control. Not even he had any good ideas. Roar! The roars came one after another. No matter how fearful the Tang dynasty soldiers were, the two behemoths continued to charge toward the battlefield in the face of the sunlight. Against the dazzling sunlight, the figures of the two behemoths grew clearer and larger. Slowly, the soldiers were able to make out who these two behemoths were. One was similar to a massive hippopotamus, but its body was covered in tough scales that not even the rhinoceros behemoth possessed. These scales were layered on top of each other, forming an enormous armor that completely covered this hippopotamus-like behemoth. The other behemoth was similar to a massive wild boar. Its body was covered in tough black fur, and its limbs were thick and nimble. Two pairs of sharp white tusks protruded from its lips. As it panted, its scarlet eyes stared at the majestic city of Talas, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. In both size and strength, these two behemoths appeared to be even stronger and more dangerous than the rhinoceros behemoth. Slap! The whip lashed through the air, creating a fiery boom as it struck empty air. An Arab guard loudly cursed as he walked, using his 8-meter-long whip to urge the two behemoths on. In just a few moments, the two behemoths had reached the edge of the western battlefield. The arrival of the two behemoths caused the mood among the Arabs to change, and the soldiers once more became excited. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The thousands of Arab soldiers raised their arms and cheered as they gazed at the two savage and ferocious behemoths. Everyone in the Arabian Empire knew that these behemoths were the caliph's favorite pets and the representatives of his strongest will. Even though they were extremely dangerous, as long as they could destroy their opponents, they were the best allies of the Arabs. "Lord Governor, do you see these two behemoths? They have helped me and His Majesty conquer many countries and destroy many cities. In terms of siege and breaking defenses, there is nothing more outstanding than them. With them present, no matter how formidable the Tang dynasty's ballistae are, they will find it very difficult to pose much of a threat to them. Their size, strength, and speed are not something my Sowars can compare to." Chapter 959. Abu Muslim said nothing. As he stared at these two massive behemoths, a few thoughts flitted through his mind. In the history of the empire, These two behemoths truly did have a thunderous reputation. Their nightmares had been branded into the minds of the conquered kingdoms, making it so that even now, they did not dare to lightly resist. Wherever these two behemoths passed, all prosperity would vanish, leaving behind only destruction and death, as well as hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of lives. These two behemoths are the terrorizer and the destroyer? Abu Muslim's eyelids twitched, and his expression finally changed. Correct. Mazel proudly nodded. The names of these two behemoths were legends in the Arabian Empire, so there was no need for him to explain them. Anyone who knew their names would pale at the mention of them and tremble in fear. Mazel was very satisfied with Abu Muslim's reaction. Begin. Mazel turned his head and gave the order to the rear. Crack. With the crack of a whip, the earth quaked and the two behemoths that had stopped began to move once more. The tens of thousands of Arabs receded to the sides, opening a path for the two behemoths. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two gigantic beasts that were originally leaning against each other and not far away from each other slowly separated. The scaled hippo behemoth slowly aimed at the two distant defense lines, while the savage and bloodthirsty eyes of the wild boar behemoth aimed at the majestic city of Talas. Buzz! This small change immediately attracted the attention of the distant Tang dynasty, and the army instantly began to stir. "My lord, the Arabs have begun to move. Moreover, the city of Talas is also one of their target. If the city of Talas is broken, we will find it very difficult to hold back." Xue Qianjun turned to Wang Chong, a very uneasy expression on his face. He was not a general who would easily panic, but this battle with these mythical behemoths had completely surpassed his imagination. If the Arabs were allowed to break through the walls, the Tang dynasty would have lost its final fortress and pillar of support before it could even engage in a large-scale battle. The city of Talas had all the supplies and food, and all the craftsmen lived there during the war. If the city lost its defense, these people would suffer heavy losses. Not only that, the fall of the city of Talas would render the two steel defense lines useless, giving the Arabs another avenue of attack. Moreover, if the city of Talas was penetrated from the front and back, the Arabs would be able to join up with the Western Turks and Uzan. Wang Chong's strategy of building a steel line of defense to separate the two enemies would completely fail. The alliance of the three great empires was definitely a disaster for the Tang dynasty. "Wang Chong, the situation is bad. With our strength, there is no way we can deal with two giant beasts at the same time." Gao Xianji also spoke up. This war god of the western regions, who had been the anchor of the war, also revealed a hint of nervousness. Even though the four of them had used their god avatars and put all their strength into this battle, they had still needed a very long time to kill the rhino-shaped behemoth, and they had lost nearly 10,000 soldiers in the process. Now that two behemoths had appeared, the four of them would split their forces, and the casualties would be even more severe. "We can't have any more large-scale casualties, or else the morale of the army will completely collapse." Qing Qianli also revealed a hint of unease and worry. He had experienced countless bitter battles, but no matter how dangerous a battle was, he had always known that victory was assured and that he had managed to survive. But in this battle, he truly didn't know what the outcome would be, or if he could survive. "Zhang Shouji, how is the giant ballista coming along? How long until it's ready?" Wang Chong suddenly said, his mind in turmoil. "It's still not enough. The giant ballista is still just an idea. We've never tested it before, so we don't know if it will succeed, and we certainly don't know if it can deal with the behemoth. Everything needs to be adjusted, and there isn't enough time," Zhang Shouji loudly said. His silvery white hair danced in the wind. The wind blowing from the western battlefield was getting stronger and stronger, a sign that the behemoths were preparing to charge. The city of Talas was in grave danger, and everyone felt their scalps go numb and their heads go numb. That intense sense of danger was driving them crazy. Zhang Shouji was no less nervous and anxious than Wang Chong. But the giant ballista was just an idea that had never been tested before. There were many aspects of it that were extremely immature. Zhang Shouji could only do his utmost, using his abilities as a grandmaster to assemble and modify the ballista. Beside the giant ballista that was being assembled, over 100 furnaces spat out flames at the same time, burning fiercely. Each furnace had at least 10 craftsmen working at it at the same time. Scorching hot molten steel was still emitting black steam as it flowed through the steel channels into the mold. Zhang Shouji was leading this 100-some craftsman team, currently adjusting the giant ballista on the spot and forging components as quickly as possible so that Wang Chong's idea of the giant ballista could become a reality for the first time on the continent. As for the final result, not even Zhang Shouji could predict it. Wang Chong said nothing, his heart growing heavier and heavier. The giant ballista was just an idea, a glimmer of hope, but he could not place all his hopes on it. As he gazed at the two distant behemoths, Wang Chong's expression turned solemn, countless emotions surging through his mind. Everyone had pinned their hopes on him. Even Go Xianji had pinned a sliver of hope on him. Only Wang Chong himself knew just how much pressure he was under at this moment. But he couldn't reveal any of it. Li Sai, pass on my order. Have a group of soldiers move into the city. Zhang Shouji, hurry up with the construction of the giant ballista. In addition, I need you to forge a conical weapon at least 20 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. It doesn't need to be of high quality. Just make it as quickly as possible. A few moments later, Wang Chong issued a series of orders. Whether it was Wang Chong's sharp 3-foot-long Wuzi steel sword or his Vajra pestle formed from stellar energy, none of them were enough to deal with these massive behemoths. What Wang Chong needed was a more powerful, a true physical weapon. Lord Protector General, isn't it a little inappropriate to have a portion of the soldiers retreat into the city? The reason the Arabs and Uzan haven't attacked is because our soldiers are outside the city, intimidating them to a certain extent. If we withdraw our soldiers into the city, we won't have enough soldiers and might cause both sides to attack us at the same time. Qing Qianli uneasily said. Qing Qianli did not object to Wang Chong's decision, but he had to consider the chain reactions behind it. Dalian Ruozan will not attack, and he doesn't have the strength to do so at the moment. If Dalian Ruozan attacks, we can break out of the encirclement from the east. Dalian Ruozan understands this, so he definitely won't move. As for Abu Muslim, you're right about one thing. He truly is using the behemoths to exhaust our strength. Until this goal is achieved, he won't move lightly. Moreover, if the Arabs follow the behemoths when they attack, they will also be attacked by the behemoth. Thus, as long as we don't withdraw more than half of our soldiers, Dalian Ruozan and Abu Muslim won't easily attack. Wang Chong's eyes were wise as he slowly spoke. In this battle, no one had a better grasp of the situation than he did. His every move, every order, was the result of careful consideration. Understood. Wang Chong's explanation caused the doubt in Qing Qianli's eyes to recede. Roar! Just as the two of them were talking, the air currents surged. On the west side of the battlefield, sand and pebbles flew and dust filled the air. A loud and clear roar of a wild beast came from that direction. In a few short moments, the two behemoths had finished adjusting their targets and were finally beginning to attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two behemoths shot toward the city of Talas. Rumble! The earth quaked as the first to charge out was the hairy boar behemoth. It twisted its body, and in the blink of an eye, it had overtaken the hippopotamus behemoth by a body's length. Its hooves were extremely fast, stirring up dust 10-some meters into the air. On the other side, although the hippopotamus behemoth was not as fast as the boar behemoth, it was not slow at all. Instead of feeling clumsy, it seemed extremely nimble. The two behemoths charged at the Tang dynasty's steel defense line and the city of Talas. Ready! A shrill cry resounded through the entire defense line. All of the soldiers quickly gathered and prepared, especially the ballista troops at the very front. Thick and long black ballista bolts creaked as they were quickly loaded and aimed at the target in front of them. Of all the reinforcements of the Tang dynasty, only the ballista soldiers could deal any damage to these mountainous behemoths. Wang Chong. Gao Xianji's nervous voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. In the distance, sand and dust filled the air as it surged toward the city of Talas. When the two behemoths charged together, the terrifying momentum they exuded far surpassed that of the rhino-shaped behemoth. After witnessing the destructive power of the rhino-shaped behemoth, Gao Xianji was well aware of just how frightening their attacks were. They had to deal with them before they could reach them. Otherwise, the army would suffer disastrous losses. Even if they died within the defense line, the massive bodies of these behemoths could still cause massive casualties in the army. If they wanted to avoid massive casualties, the four of them had to think of a way to deal with these behemoths. Leave that scaled behemoth to me. As for the others, Lord Gao, Lord Qing, and Father, I'll leave them to you. Time was of the essence, and every second counted. As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, he squeezed the sides of his horse and shot past the first defense line like a bolt of lightning. Li Sai, Kong Xian, all Wushang cavalry, follow me. Chapter 960. The behemoths were extremely powerful, and without the agility and reflexes of a human, it was impossible to get close to them. Recklessly approaching them would only result in death or injury. In the entire army, the only ones with the strength to fight alongside him were the nimble, monkey-like Wushang cavalry, who were used to traversing the mountains and precipitous valleys. Moreover, the God King Yama formation required the power of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. This was also why Wang Chong had to bring them along. Nay, the war horses neighed loudly, their hooves rising and falling. The moment Wang Chong charged out of the defense line, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry followed, leaving a trail of dust as they fearlessly galloped toward the distant hippopotamus behemoth. After repeated battles with Wang Chong, the Wushang cavalry had become extremely determined and powerful. No matter what sort of danger they faced, they would never retreat. Protector General Wang, Qing Qianli, Gao Xianji, and the others paled in fright at this sight. No one had expected Wang Chong to make this decision. He wanted to face the behemoth alone. The Arabian behemoths were extremely terrifying. Even the combined strength of 4 people had been unable to stop the rhinoceros behemoth, so how could Wang Chong face an even stronger behemoth all by himself? Lord Protector General, we must call Wang Chong back. He's in too much danger. No one can deal with a behemoth alone. He'll die. Qing Qianli worriedly said as he turned to his commander, Gao Xianji. There's no need. Suddenly, Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, walked over from the rear. The battlefield has always been fraught with danger. As a great general, one must be prepared to deal with any situation, including death. Chong-er isn't a rash person, so I'm sure that he has his reasons for doing so. The urgent task at hand is to think of a way to deal with the other behemoth. As Wang Yan spoke, he turned his head to look in another direction. There, a huge beast that looked like a wild boar was leading the way and was about to reach the city. That's the only way. Gao Xianji took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The city of Talas was very important. It was everyone's last resort. The defense line could be broken, but the city of Talas could not be broken. They had to stop that giant beast no matter what. Qing Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, everyone, follow me. Gao Xianji patted his warhorse and galloped toward the wild boar. Army, follow me. Almost at the same time, Wang Yan issued a military order with a solemn expression. Rumble. The earth quaked as tens of thousands of infantry followed Wang Yan's order and began to move out from the first defense line. The clanging of armor resounded through the world. As Wang Yan led the infantry troops into action, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield became extremely tense. Everyone's gazes were fixed in front of them, and even their breathing became erratic. Too terrifying. Other than the Lord Protector Generals, no one can fight against these behemoths. I hope that the Lord Protector Generals can stop them. Otherwise, everyone will die. We'll win, we'll definitely win. Please. All of them gripped their weapons, their hearts nervous and uneasy. Their strength was too minuscule, and all of them were terrified. Their fates truly were tied to the 4 generals. Bang! The earth quaked as the tens of thousands of soldiers in front of the first defense line began to shake, and the shaking was only getting stronger and stronger. Roar! Roar! A powerful wave of chi surged forward like a huge wave, heavily colliding with the first line of defense. The first line of defense could not withstand this pressure, and with a loud bang, it fell to the ground like a collapsing mountain and jade pillar, emitting a metallic sound. The distance between the 2 behemoths and the defense line had finally shrunk to less than 2,000 zhang. Look over there. On the walls of the city of Talas, figures pointed into the distance and cried out in alarm. The first to charge over was not the behemoth that looked like a hippopotamus, but the massive black boar. From the lofty walls of Talas, all one could see was a vast expanse of gray dust stretching for tens of thousands of feet. In this cloud of dust, one could faintly make out the vicious behemoth, its 2 scarlet eyes fixed on the city of Talas, brimming with a boundless desire to destroy. Just a glance was enough to make everyone's body go numb, a fear that came from the depths of their souls. 20,000 zhang. 1,500 zhang. 1,000 zhang. The black boar behemoth charged at a speed far faster than anyone had imagined, crossing nearly 1,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the behemoth had stirred up a gust of wind as it howled and galloped less than 1,000 feet from Talas. A thunderous roar resounded over the plains. The first to attack the behemoth was not Wang Chong, who had led the charge. Rather, it was Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan, 3 top-class imperial great generals. 6 Ultimate Majesty's God Art. Supreme Desolation God Formation. Mighty Miracle God Formation. In the blink of an eye, the 2 enormous gods rose from the ground, their iron fists the size of mountains striking from all directions. Together with Go Xianji's 6 Ultimate Majesty's God technique, they attacked the black boar-shaped beast together. Great Fire Crow Art. Almost at the same time, a ball of raging flames more dazzling than the sun suddenly shot up from the ground, transforming into a golden crow with a wingspan of over 200 feet. Its body was covered in black smoke and raging flames, and it fiercely crashed into the giant beast. At this moment, the Brigadier General Ferguson Banahan also joined the fray. Awo! With a howl of pain, the black boar behemoth raised its head and howled. To everyone's surprise, the moment the behemoth was attacked, the behemoth leaped forward, showing no desire to fight. It passed through the attacks of 3 great generals and 1 brigadier general, instantly vanishing in the direction of the city of Talas. What? Everyone paled in fright at this sight. Their goal in attacking had always been to use this method to delay the behemoth. But the behemoth's reaction made all of them miss the mark. Not only that, but Gao Xianji and the others could feel that this behemoth was completely different from the rhino-shaped behemoth from before. Its skin was thicker, denser, harder, and more difficult to penetrate. The hard black hair on its body had a special power, and a considerable part of the attacks of Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the others were offset by this hard hair. Block it! Before they could think about it, they panicked and hurriedly chased after the black boar-like behemoth. But it was too late. Boom! Like a meteorite crashing into the earth, the behemoth slammed heavily into the thick outer wall of the city of Talas like a huge battering ram. There was an earth-shattering boom, and in that instant the earth buzzed. The hard surface of the ground rippled like waves, and a cloud of dust rose from the ground, forming a sea of dust. The towering city of Talas trembled. Starting from its underground foundation, It shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Dust and gravel fell from the top of the city wall. Ah! Waves of exclamations came from the city, and fear spread rapidly like a plague. This time, in addition to the mercenaries, Wang Chong also brought a lot of herdsmen with him. They were the ones who drove the cattle and sheep that were used as logistics supplies. The behemoth's attack was simply the worst nightmare for them. However, before they could react, the behemoth slammed heavily into the outer wall of the city of Talas again. No! Duwusili was the first to react. As he gazed at the distant city of Talas, Duwusili's brow deeply creased. What's going on? The Arab behemoth is enormous and possesses extraordinary strength. Not even 4 great generals can stop it. How could the walls of Talas stop its full-force attack? The distant city of Talas seemed to be trembling and on the verge of collapse. But this was not what Duwusili was waiting for. What he wanted to see the most was the city of Talas completely crumbling under the charge of the behemoth. He was truly flabbergasted that the full-force attack of the behemoth had failed to conquer the city of Talas. It's not that simple. Daluan Ruozen's calm and unperturbed voice came from the side, his scholarly face devoid of surprise. The city of Talas was established several hundred years ago. At the time, Talas was a wasteland and the neighboring western regions was a battleground. When the Lord of Talas constructed the city, he had already considered the problem of sieging it. Therefore, they specially built a huge 100,000 Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation underground. It took more than 20 years and 700,000 to 800,000 people to build it. Their goal was to build a city that would never fall on the Silk Road to the west, able to defend against all kinds of weapons and disasters. Moreover, the myriad Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation is an extremely powerful earth element formation, and the city of Talas is constructed from those large boulders. The earth element energy makes the entire city of Talas a single entity, making it very difficult to break. This is also why the Arabs did not use earth element ability users to attack the city. Daluan Ruozen said, "How come I've never heard of the myriad Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation?" Duwusili narrowed his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Haha, this matter was recorded in the annals of Talas from more than 100 years ago. I only managed to obtain a copy by accident. The emperor of the Abbasid Caliphate likes to collect records, so he must have some. Not many people know of this matter, but there's no doubt that it's true. Daluan Ruozen lightly brushed his sleeve and indifferently said. Daluan Ruozen had always liked to read widely, and he did not only collect the histories and treatises of the Tang dynasty, but also the books of the kingdoms of the western regions and other countries. Chapter 962. Cree. Chapter 954. Attack. Cree. A few moments later, the shrill sound of a bone flute resounded over the battlefield. The terrorizer, which had been on the verge of going berserk from Wang Chong's attack, suddenly became somewhat clear-headed. Its scarlet eyes moved from Wang Chong to the 2 distant defense lines and the dense ranks of the Tang dynasty soldiers behind them. Not good. The Arabs are controlling the behemoth. Wang Chong's body trembled as he sensed that something was wrong. He had charged out of the formation with all his strength in order to stop the behemoth and limit the battle outside the defense line so as to avoid heavy casualties. But now, the Arabs had clearly noticed this and were doing their utmost to correct it. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. The instant it raised its head, the terrorized one moved its 4 legs and stomped heavily on the ground. Instantly, an enormous power erupted from its body. Li Sai, watch out! Everyone, get back! Wang Chong's pupils constricted as he sensed danger. The Wushang cavalry had been on the ground this entire time, attacking the behemoth's short and thick limbs. Moreover, many of the cavalry had been in front of the behemoth during the charge. If the behemoth suddenly attacked, the Wushang cavalry would suffer grievous losses. Retreat! Li Sai, Kong Xian, and the others had just begun to retreat when they heard a boom. Endless clouds of dust soared into the sky, and within this cloud of dust, the scaled Arabian behemoth charged toward the front lines with a speed that did not seem to match its massive size. Boom! As the several hundred Wushang cavalry retreated, a massive foot the size of a mountain suddenly pressed down, leaving behind a deep footprint in the ground. The soldiers cried out in alarm at the sight of this massive footprint. If they hadn't reacted quickly enough, they would have already been pulps of meat. "Beast, where are you going?" Just as everyone was still shocked by the giant beast's strength, a loud roar suddenly came from above their heads. Wang Chong's attention had been focused on the terrorizer this entire time. As the Arabian behemoth began to charge into the distance, Wang Chong's God King Yama reached out with his right hand and grabbed onto the behemoth's hippopotamus tail. Up! With this successful move, Wang Chong lowered his center of gravity and half-squatted while his other arms pressed against the behemoth's hip to stop it. But the behemoth was incredibly powerful. Although Wang Chong was able to shave away a significant portion of its vitality with each blow, he was still able to absorb its vitality. But in terms of pure strength, even though Wang Chong had absorbed the energy of the behemoth and reached the middle great general level, there was still an enormous gap between him and the behemoth. When the behemoth gathered its strength and charged at the defense line, not even Wang Chong could stop it. Roar! Violent winds howled, covering the sky and earth, sweeping up countless dust and dirt fragments toward the steel defense line in the distance. The hippopotamus-shaped, scaled beast followed behind the gale, galloping forward. Chi, chi, chi. Under the powerful drag of the giant beast, the God King Yama's legs left two extremely deep marks on the ground, and the smoke and dust behind it also surged. "Damn it! We're no match for it like this!" Wang Chong grimaced. "Hua!" Cries of alarm came from the front as the soldiers behind the defense line began to retreat in panic. 1,000 zhang, 800 zhang. As the behemoth got closer and closer, the air grew more and more tense and panicked. Wang Chong was extremely worried. In the first wave of attacks, the Great Tang had lost 10,000 soldiers in just a few short moments. If the scaled behemoth was allowed to charge into the defense line at this speed, the army would collapse today. All their years of effort would be wasted. "Army, get ready!" Chen Bin shouted from behind the defense line. His right hand tightly gripped his Wuzi steel sword, the tip of his sword tilted as he stared into the distance. As Chen Bin spoke, the ballistae behind the first defense line began to hum and hum. Thick black ballista bolts slowly rose into the air and aimed at the scaled behemoth. "Raise the bolts 30 degrees and aim at the behemoth's head." Chen Bin's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Chen Bin's panic was no less than the others, but his voice remained calm and his eyes were fixed on the giant beast in the distance. The army of 100,000 could only rely on the ballistae. The 3,000 ballistae were the army's final hope and defense. No matter what, he could not retreat. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. The behemoth moved with incredible speed. 600 zhang, 400 zhang. The distance between them grew shorter and shorter. The billowing sand and wind swept across the sky, hitting the faces of the soldiers behind the defensive line like needles. But whether it was Chen Bin or the others, everyone stood there like statues, holding their posts and not moving at all. The behemoth moved with incredible speed. In just a few seconds, it had advanced another 100 zhang. It was now only 300 zhang away. At this distance, everyone felt a stifling dread. The threat of death caused even the most seasoned soldiers to pale. But even so, no one chose to run. Release. As the aura of death reached its peak, Chen Bin immediately swung his Wuzi steel sword down. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ballista bolts flew through the air like dragons soaring out of the sea, shooting toward the behemoth's head. The tens of thousands of ballistae fired in unison, their shrill screeches drowning out all other sounds in the world. Awo! In front of everyone's eyes, more than 3,000 crossbow bolts pierced the behemoth's head. The scaled behemoth let out a long howl as it suffered such a heavy blow. Its surging life force suddenly weakened, but the behemoth's running speed didn't slow down in the slightest. Release again. Unperturbed, Chunbin raised his Wut's steel sword and swung it down. In the blink of an eye, the second volley of ballista bolts struck the behemoth's head. Release again. The third volley of ballista bolts quickly arrived. Each bolt pierced through the behemoth's thick scales and tough skin, but they were unable to inflict a fatal wound. Not good! Upon seeing this, one of the ballista officers couldn't help but anxiously yell, "What are you waiting for? The behemoth's skull is too tough. Our ballista bolts can pierce through its scales and tough skin, but they can't pierce through its bones." Of the behemoth's entire body, only its skull was covered in the least amount of scales. If they couldn't pierce through its skull, no matter how fierce their attacks were, they would never be able to kill the behemoth. "My lord, what do we do?" All eyes were on Chunbin, who was at the forefront of the line of defense. Chunbin said nothing. His hair was disheveled and his armor rustled in the wind, just like his mood. The ballistae were the army's final barrier. Not even the ballistae could deal with the behemoth. This was beyond Chunbin's abilities, but he could not retreat, much less move. The ballistae were the source of the morale of the army. The behemoth roared as it charged forward. It was less than 200 zhang from the first defense line. "Chunbin, get out of the way!" At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the front. Chunbin raised his head and saw a violet flame flickering in the air. In a flash of light, a massive four-armed god suddenly rose up from the back of the behemoth. Head down, feet up, two massive arms pushed against the behemoth's back, flipping over its body from its tail to its front. Boom! Wang Chang's God King Yama's four arms smashed down on the behemoth's head, and the violet flame smashed into the behemoth's head. With a heaven-shaking boom, massive waves of energy surged through the air. "Zhang Shouji, is the giant ballista ready? How much longer?" Wang Chang's furious roars exploded in everyone's ears, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. "No. There's not enough time." On the ground, Zhang Shouji's hair was disheveled as he anxiously roared at the sky. Around him, countless blacksmiths had anxious expressions on their faces as they worked hard to assemble the giant ballistae. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat, but none of them dared to wipe it away. Time was too short. This giant ballista had required more than 1,000 people to build. They were already doing their utmost, but it was still far from enough. "There's no time. Hurry!" Wang Chang's panicked roars echoed over the battlefield. The behemoth was extremely powerful, and with each wave of its terrifying brute strength, Wang Chong had no idea how long he could last. The giant ballista was an important part of Wang Chong's plan, but he didn't have much time left. God King Yama's descent. With no time to think, Wang Chong used one of the God King Yama's strongest techniques. He normally wouldn't have been able to use this technique, and this was an ability that Wang Chong had only gained after breaking into the middle great general level. Boom! As everyone watched, Wang Chong's God King Yama crossed its four arms, and the furious howls of thousands of ghosts filled the world. Boundless origin energy and energy began to gather around Wang Chong and pour into Wang Chong's body. Boom! Wang Chong's feet spread apart and his body leaned forward, his four massive arms smashing against the scaled behemoth's body. The terrifying strength in his arms instantly pressed against the behemoth's head. Even the behemoth's terrifying strength was momentarily stopped by Wang Chong's explosive strength. Whoosh! Chapter 963. How could this be? The behemoth's power isn't something a great general can stop. On the distant hills, even Huishu Wizong's eyes widened in shock at this sight. In terms of strength, he was actually stronger than Wang Chong, but not even Huishu Wizong could say that he could stop the behemoth. Nothing is impossible. To do something beyond one's abilities requires one to pay a price. He's just using his body to endure the behemoth's charge. It looks astonishing on the surface, but he's already injured. Truly foolish. Duwusilli's eyes were bright as he sneered. Although they were both great generals, in terms of cultivation, Duwusilli firmly suppressed Huashu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj. With Duwusilli's cultivation, he had long ago noticed that Wang Chong had suffered significant internal injuries. In the distance, as if in response to Duwusilli's voice, the God King Yama's arm snapped off at the base and dropped to the ground. Ah! General! Milord! Cries of alarm rang out from behind the defense line, and even Zhang Shouji paled. Wang Chong was currently the barrier of the army. If even he was injured and could not stop the behemoth, then the giant ballistae would be meaningless. Everyone would be doomed. I'm fine. I can still endure it. Wang Chong's voice came from above, apparently understanding their worries. Zhang Shouji, where's my weapon? Give it to me. Wang Chong's voice was tinged with worry. Yama Descends was a supreme technique of the Yama. It could absorb the origin energy of all things in the world, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, to greatly strengthen oneself. However, this ability could not be maintained for long, and it would have severe side effects. Since he could not count on the giant ballistae, Wang Chong could only place his hopes on that weapon. A mere Vajra pestle formed from stellar energy was far from enough. Wuming, Wujia, Wui, Wooding, how are your weapons? Are they not ready yet? Don't tell me you can't even forge a simple iron rod? Zhang Shouji was also angry. He turned his head and looked at the craftsman team not far away. Master, it's done. All that's left is the mold. It'll be ready in a moment. The young craftsman hurriedly said. Bastard. Zhang Shouji finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He strode over and kicked a few of his trusted disciples. Mold. Molds. Is this the time to care about molds? How pedantic. Hurry up and push the iron rod out. Zhang Shouji was so angry that he didn't have time to say anything. He pushed away the disciples and walked to the side of the craftsman. He reached out and forcefully opened the mechanism of the casting machine. Boom! With a loud clang of steel, a conical iron rod more than 10 meters long and 1 meter thick rolled down a steel slope from the casting unit, its whole body still emitting black smoke. The surface of this iron rod was still wrapped in a thick mold and reinforced with screws. Wang Chong, the weapon is here. It's all up to you now. Zhang Shouji's hair danced in the wind as he pulled open the mechanism and anxiously shouted at the sky. Okay. Amidst the thunderous roars, a huge foot grew in size, crossing the first line of defense and stomping heavily on the ground. Amid the exclamations of the surrounding people, a huge palm quickly reached down from the sky and grabbed the iron rod that had just been forged. Rise. With a shout, Wang Chong grabbed the iron rod from the ground. Howl! Just as Wang Chong leaned back, relaxed his resistance, and grabbed the iron rod, the hippo-like scaled beast's eyes flashed fiercely, and it rushed over with all its might. That collision could topple mountains and overturn seas, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Perhaps even a mountain range would collapse from the collision. However, in the face of this earth-shattering impact, Wang Chong didn't flinch at all. Bastard! Good move! Wang Chong roared angrily. With both hands holding the 10-meter-long iron rod, he didn't dodge or evade, and smashed it down heavily. Rumble! Wang Chong used all his strength in this strike. With a deafening sound, the scaled beast's head was smashed several meters away from Wang Chong. The force of the strike was so great that the beast's head was smashed into the ground. It let out a shocking roar, and even its head seemed to be split open. The giant beast was smashed to the ground by the rod, and it lost its balance. Half of its body slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground with a loud rumble. Beast, eat another one of my moves. Wang Chong's right foot stomped down on the behemoth's head. His two arms gripped the metal cudgel, and with a forceful tug, all the molds on the cudgel fell to the ground. Wang Chong gripped the thick end of the cudgel and turned it around to stab at the behemoth's head. Awoof! With a cracking sound, the behemoth's tough skull was pierced through by the sharp tip of the iron rod, a part of it stabbing into the skull. This strike dealt an unprecedented wound to the scaled behemoth, and its vigorous flame of life instantly dimmed by half. Damn it! This bastard! Mazel paled at the wretched howls of the behemoth. His fingernails dug into his palms, his eyes bursting with hatred and rage. Even he could sense that the behemoth was in unprecedented danger. If this continued, the illustrious terrorizer that had once destroyed countless countries and cities, that had become synonymous with death, would truly be slain by an Eastern human in the city of Talas. Bring the bow. A cold and dignified voice came from the rear of the army. Abu Muslim narrowed his eyes and extended an arm. A large golden bow, half the height of a man and a red bowstring made from the meridians of some unknown behemoth, was delivered into Abu Muslim's hand. This was Abu Muslim's treasured bow, the bloody slaughterer. Abu Muslim rarely used this bow, only in extremely troublesome situations or when facing extremely troublesome opponents. The terrorizer and the destroyer were the symbols of the caliph and important fighting forces of the empire. Whether it was for the dignity of the caliph or for the victory of the war, Abu Muslim could not allow Wang Chong to succeed. Buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, Abu Muslim's feet spread apart, a golden arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and he drew the bow back until it was a full moon. Rumble! There was a boom that was thousands of times louder than thunder, and it seemed like the entire world was about to shatter. Before anyone could react, Abu Muslim had released the bowstring and fired the arrow. No one could describe the speed of this arrow. In the blink of an eye, the golden arrow had crossed more than half the battlefield and appeared behind the behemoth. The place where the arrow passed through was a long, straight vacuum. From afar it looked like a white wave that was thousands of meters long. However, behind this extreme splendor, there was a deep and terrifying killing intent. No one had expected Abu Muslim to fire an arrow and enter the battlefield. Let alone Wang Chong, even the distant Duwusili, Huashu Wuzong, and Daluan Ruozan were deeply stunned. And Abu Muslim's timing was perfect, right when Wang Chong was locked in a fierce battle with the behemoth and all his attention was focused on the behemoth. Not good! The first to notice this sight was the distant Gao Xianji. When he had been dealing with the black boar behemoth, he had been facing the defense line, so he had clearly seen that Abu Muslim's arrow was aimed at the Shanzhong point on the God King Yama's chest. That was where Wang Chong's main body was when he used the God King Yama formation. If Abu Muslim's arrow hit him, Wang Chong would be doomed. Abu Muslim's reaction was fast, but Wang Chong's was even faster. The moment the arrow was fired, Wang Chong had sensed it. Although Wang Chong's martial arts had not reached the level of his last life, his psychic energy had long ago reached the peak of the Saint Martial realm. Although Abu Muslim's attack was sudden, it still failed to escape Wang Chong's psychic energy. Boom! There was a massive explosion of energy as Wang Chong leaned to the side and smashed his metal cudgel against Abu Muslim's golden arrow. The huge force directly smashed the arrow into pieces. How could this be? In the rear of the army, Ziad's body trembled as he stared in shock, almost not daring to believe his eyes. The governor rarely fired an arrow, but when he did, he would always choose a moment that would make it impossible for his opponent to dodge. But that young Tang people commander in the distance, not only had he sensed it ahead of time and dodged the arrow, he had even shattered it with a single blow of his cudgel. Ziad had never seen such a thing happen before. "My lord!" Ziad's heart trembled as he subconsciously turned to Abu Muslim. Abu Muslim's back was still as steady and dignified as ever, but Ziad could still sense a slight tremor in his heart. It was clear that he had not expected this. But Abu Muslim said nothing. He slowly put down the golden bow and sat back down on his throne as if nothing had happened. "Take it." Abu Muslim passed the bow in his hand to the guard next to him. "But, my lord..." This might have just been a coincidence. If you fire a few more arrows, that Tang people will definitely be unable to stop them. Ziad finally couldn't help but say, his expression faintly uneasy. There's no need. Abu Muslim immediately rejected the offer. Since the first arrow was useless, the second and third arrows will be useless as well. These Tang people are far more formidable than you and I imagine, and besides, I never fire a second arrow. Chapter 966. Fury of the Yama. Just when the black boar behemoth was about to smash into the walls again, Wang Chang's black God King Yama soared into the air, his massive cudgel blazing with violet flames as he smashed it against the behemoth's head. At almost the same time, there was a massive boom as the giant ballista controlled by Chen Bin and Suki also attacked. Two massive ballista bolts struck the head of the black boar behemoth. Awo! The black boar-like beast, the destroyer, suddenly raised its head and let out a long, mournful howl. This time, its long, iron-like hair and tough, elastic skin were not of any use. Two long crossbow bolts pierced through its skin and bones, stabbing deep into its head. This time, the destroyer finally suffered an unprecedented blow. Boom! Boom! Just as the destroyer was howling miserably, another two long crossbow bolts whizzed over from afar and hit the destroyer's head. The exuberant flames of life of the black boar behemoth instantly dimmed, as if they had been doused in frost. Wonderful! Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan were invigorated by this sight. Without the slightest hesitation, the three great generals of the Tang dynasty worked together with Wang Chong and the two giant ballistae to attack the black boar behemoth. 1 second, 2 seconds, the life energy of the black boar behemoth began to wane at an astonishing rate. Awo! The behemoth roared, its scarlet eyes turning to stare at the two giant ballistae in the distance as it madly charged forward. The behemoth's attention had originally been focused on the siege, and the two giant ballistae seemed to be dealing more damage to it than the three great generals. Each blow was so painful that the behemoth had no choice but to pay attention to the two ballistae even if it didn't want to. Stop it! Gao Xianji and the others kept their attention on the gigantic beast. As soon as the gigantic beast turned around, numerous gigantic chains of astral energy flew out, wrapping around the black boar-like beast and pulling it back. Immediately after that, the supreme desolation god, the mighty miracle god, Gao Xianji, and the God King Yama that Wang Chong had transformed into rammed into the beast's ribs. The black boar-like beast charged left and right, but it was blocked every time. Not only that, the beast's head was hit by another 7 or 8 arrows. Release! Release! The two giant ballistae were lined up side by side. Chen Bin and Suki stood in front of the giant ballistae, the swords in their hands constantly swinging down, firing one giant ballista bolt after another. The two of them were the best ballista commanders of the Tang dynasty's reinforcements. In just a short period of time, the two of them had completely grasped how to use the giant ballistae. Not only that, the two of them had also refined the reloading of the giant ballistae, greatly reducing the critical reloading time. Release! Release! One ballista bolt after another flew out. The power of the two giant ballistae was on a completely different level from when they were dealing with the hippopotamus behemoth. Under the barrage of the two giant ballistae, the last black boar-like behemoth's aura of life was quickly weakened to an unbelievable degree. These damn bastards! I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Mazel's heart trembled at the sight of his destroyer being heavily wounded by 4 Tang experts and 2 giant ballistae. His face contorted in rage. His face contorted into a savage grimace. Hurry and summon the destroyer back for me. Mazel turned around and barked at a terrified servant behind him. Although he was very unwilling, each of these behemoths had been his blood, sweat, and tears. The terrorizer was already dead, and Mazel could not sit by and watch as the other behemoth was killed by the Tang people. Whistle! Whistle! A few moments later, a sharp and piercing whistle came from the Arab camp. In the distance, the black boar-like behemoth in front of Tala's paused and turned its head in the direction of the Arab camp. Boom! After only a few moments of hesitation, the illustrious destroyer of Arabia pushed aside 3 people and began to madly charge out of the encirclement. Beast! Don't you think it's too late to think about running now? Behind the steel defense line, Chen Bin and Suki sneered at this sight. If the Arabs had called back this black boar-like behemoth at the very beginning, they might not have been able to do anything. But at this point, the behemoth's head had been struck by 20 to 30 arrows, and each of them had been driven deep into its skull by Wang Chang's metal cudgel. In these circumstances, even a behemoth with such tenacious vitality was on the verge of death. Boom boom! Chen Bin and Suki swung their swords, and 2 ballista bolts struck the behemoth's head like lightning bolt. The behemoth moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed 50 zhang. Boom boom! Another 2 bolts struck its head. 70 zhang. A third volley, rumble. 150 zhang. Another 2 arrows were shot out. This time, the black boar-like beast let out a long howl, but it was unable to charge forward. Its huge body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The battle was over. Everything returned to silence. The entire battlefield was absolutely silent. The first to erupt into cheers came from the Tang dynasty soldiers in the city of Talas. The enormous pressure that had been weighing down on their heads had finally vanished. Victory! We've won! The soldiers and mercenaries of the Tang dynasty fiercely waved their fists, their faces red with excitement. The Tang dynasty had used the corpses of these 3 behemoths to once more prove its strength to all its enemies. More importantly, the army finally had weapons that could deal with these behemoths. The 100,000 soldiers finally had the capital to survive on the battlefield. It's over. The Arab behemoths are no longer a threat to them. In the end, we'll have to take the field. The celestial wolf Great General Dewussili stood on the high hill, indifferently blinking, his eyes filled with disappointment. He had been very hopeful about the Arab behemoths, but now that the giant ballistae had appeared, there was no longer any suspense. Now that the Tang dynasty had the weapons to contend against the Arabs, the behemoths were no longer much of a threat. It's still too early to make a conclusion. Dewussili had already turned around and was walking toward the army, but when he heard these words, he stopped and gave Dalawan Ruozan a confused look. Haha, has General not noticed? The Tang people's defense line has already been completely opened. Dalawan Ruozan had a relaxed expression on his face, but when Dewussili heard these words, his body trembled and he turned to look at the first defense line in front of Talas. In this battle, everyone was focused on the massive bodies of the behemoth. Everyone's attention, including Dewussili's, was focused on the behemoths. As for the 2 defense lines that the Tang dynasty had erected in front of Talas, no one paid much attention to them. Buzz! As his gaze swept over the first defense line of the Tang dynasty, Dewussili's pupils constricted like they had been pricked by a needle. When Dewussili had first seen the first defense line in front of the city of Talas, it had been straight and sturdy, providing the Tang dynasty with a powerful line of defense and lifeline. But now, when Dewussili looked again, he saw that at some point, this long and majestic defense line had become crooked, with a large gap in it. Dewussili estimated that this gap, which had been battered and twisted, was at least 1,000 feet long. Such a large gap was extremely fatal in a battle between armies. Simply put, the Arabs could abandon the rest of the steel walls and attack through that gap. From a certain perspective, the first defense line only existed in name. The Tang dynasty had lost its most important defense line against the Arabs. To put it simply, the Tang dynasty was in a crisis. How could this be? Dewussili took in a deep breath, not daring to believe his eyes. He remembered that when the first Arabian behemoth had appeared, it hadn't caused much of an impact. The Tang dynasty had only lost around 10,000 soldiers to kill it. Although a gap had appeared in the defense line, it hadn't been very large. As for the second behemoth, it had been even stronger, but it had only existed for a very short period of time. Before it could display its destructive power, it had been killed by that brat of the Tang dynasty, who had used his god avatar and giant ballistae. As for that black boar-like behemoth, although it had attacked the city at an extremely fast rate, even cracking the walls, Talas had still managed to stand. Thus, in this aspect, the Arab operation had been a complete failure. Duwusilli had no idea when this massive destruction had occurred. When did this happen? Duwusilli couldn't help but ask. Haha, in truth, it was already here at the very beginning. All of you were only paying attention to the battle between the behemoth and Wang Chong, not paying any attention to what was happening on the ground. The behemoth attacking the defense line was far more powerful than they had imagined. None of you have noticed, but its strongest attack is actually not its body, but its 4 thick limbs and sawls. Dalawan Ruozan faintly smiled. His eyes were on all sides and his ears were on all sides. Not only did he have to pay attention to the big picture, he also had to pay attention to the small things that ordinary people would not pay attention to. This was what a top-notch strategist should do. Chapter 967. Let alone Duwusilli, even Huashu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj were stunned by Dalawan Ruozan's words. Without a doubt, just like Duwusilli, they didn't notice this at all. Dalawan Ruozan took in everyone's reactions and smiled without saying a word. In this war, he had seen much more than Duwusilli and Huashu Wizong. Although the behemoth is dead and the Tang dynasty has the heavy weapons to deal with the behemoth, this war is far from over. Abu Muslim is the most powerful and ambitious governor of the East in the history of the Arabian Empire, the one who has conquered the most countries. He can't possibly not have a plan, and he can't possibly allow this war to end like this. Dalawan Ruozan's eyes were as bright as snow, revealing a penetrating look. It seemed that in this war, nothing could escape his calculations. This was the bearing of a wise general. Even the heavenly wolf General Duwusilli, who was about to leave, could not help but stop when he heard Dalawan Ruozan's words. He turned around and returned to the top of the hill. In just over a day, even Duwusilli didn't realize that he had developed a deep trust in this wise foreign prime minister. Although the Tang people's giant ballistae look powerful, they are only useful against large targets like giant beasts. Against ordinary soldiers, it was like a catapult. Although it looked imposing, its true lethality was extremely limited. Moreover, no matter how many giant beasts died, I believe that Abu Muslim should have achieved his goal. The Tang people's defense line has been completely opened for them. Dalawan Ruozan spoke slowly and calmly. There was a strong confidence in his words and actions. Also, if my judgment is correct, the people of the Tang dynasty should only have these 2 giant ballistae, or at most 3, no more. Moreover, they must have been hastily assembled. Otherwise, they would have used it when the first giant beast appeared. Therefore, the Tang people's crisis is far from over. All was quiet on the hill. Duwusilli, Huashu Huaitsong, and Dusong Mangpoj, these 3 great generals, were all dumbfounded. If the Tang dynasty's situation was as Dalawan Ruozan had predicted, then their situation was probably far from good. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean they'll die once the ballista is destroyed? Dusong Mangpoj could not help but ask. Hee, isn't that right? Dalawan Ruozan chuckled, revealing a thought-provoking smile. The first phase of the battle had ended, but it was only now that the war had truly entered its proper rhythm. Dalawan Ruozan knew that the following battle would be much more intense than any of the previous ones. In the distance, the mood in the Arab camp was extremely oppressive. The cheers of the behemoths had vanished long ago. When the last of the black boar behemoths, the destroyer, fell to the ground, the 200,000 Arab soldiers were deathly still, not a single sound coming from them. In the rear of the army, the mood was even more oppressive. All the Arab soldiers were staring at the hunchbacked figure. Even though Mazel was a trusted aide of the Caliph and the commander of the behemoth army, he couldn't help but feel his face turn red and unsightly under this pressure. When he had first arrived, he had been brimming with pride and confidence, believing that the behemoth army he had brought with him could sweep away the infidels of the city of Talas. But in the end, 3 such powerful behemoths died in front of everyone's eyes on the opposite battlefield. How could Mazel maintain his composure? More importantly, Mazel and the behemoth army represented the Caliph, one of the strongest forces of the Arabian Empire. This sort of result had undoubtedly shamed both the empire and the Caliph. This was an accident. I also didn't know that something like this would happen. The reports you gave me didn't mention that the enemy had these giant ballistae. This sort of thing has never happened before. Mazel finally couldn't help but argue. No one said anything, but their gazes were enough to explain the problem. Arabia was a country of war, a country of conquest. What it worshipped the most was strength. Without strength that could convince others, even a trusted aide of the Caliph would be useless. If Mazel had been able to subdue his foe and destroy that fortress, then even if he was a hunchback, everyone would still respect him. But there was no doubt that he had messed up. Enough! Abu Muslim finally spoke. In the entire army, he and Ziyad were probably the only people who did not blame Mazel. The two of them looked past the army to the other side. This battle was not Mazel's fault. Moreover, even though the behemoths are dead, Mazel has already helped us accomplish our goal and opened the Tang dynasty's defense line. Now it is our turn to attack. With these final words, Abu Muslim's eyes flashed with an astonishing cold light. His gaze swept through the air toward the long steel defense line in the distance, immediately locking onto the gap in the wall, which was more than 1,000 feet long. Pass on my order. All soldiers get ready. In addition, have the last army prepare to attack. Boom! A long horn blared from the Arab army, resounding over the entire western battlefield. What is this? In the distance, the Tang dynasty reinforcements, who were still dealing with the aftermath of the battle, raised their heads in shock at the sound of the horn. After 2 rounds of battle, no matter what happened on the Arab side, any movement or change would attract the attention of the entire army. But this was not the only thing that shocked them. In all their battles with the Arabs, they had only heard the beating of war drums. They had never heard the horn blaring from the Arab camp. At the same time, in front of the majestic walls of Talas, the 4 supreme great generals of the Tang dynasty had also been drawn to the horn blaring from the Arab camp. What's going on? Are the Arabs going to attack again so soon? Qing Qianli turned his head and looked into the distance, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. I don't know. The Arabs rarely use the horn. I have a bad feeling. This time, they'll be even more difficult to deal with than the behemoth army. Gao Xianji stood on the left shoulder of the supreme desolation god, his expression extremely grave as he watched the Arab army rapidly gathering into square formations and exuding a somber aura. Abu Muslim is preparing to personally attack. It was at this moment that a calm voice rang out in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone's gazes landed on the young, skinny figure. Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Chong's father Wang Yan all turned their heads to the nearby Wang Chong, confusion and shock on their faces. Abu Muslim has already achieved his goal. Our strength has already been weakened, and more importantly, he's already smashed through our defense line. With these final words, Wang Chong turned his head to the long gap in the first defense line. There was no need for Wang Chong's order. All the craftsmen had begun to move the moment the first defense line was broken. Hundreds of furnaces spat out flames from the long gap, but the effect was extremely slow. The hippopotamus-shaped beast not only destroyed the steel walls but also threw them all over the place. More importantly, it completely changed the terrain of the area. The steel walls were easy to repair, but the shattered terrain was not. At the very least, it could not be repaired in a short period of time. The area in front of Talas fell silent. As they stared at the long gap, the top-class generals of the Tang dynasty fell silent, their expressions extremely grave. When it rains, it pours. In these two waves of attacks from the behemoth, the Tang dynasty had lost more than 10,000 soldiers, their defense line shattered. Even Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, Wang Yan, and even Wang Chong had consumed a great deal of mental energy, physical strength, and stellar energy. None of them had even caught their breath from the battle. If Abu Muslim were to launch an attack with an army of 200,000 soldiers and personally take action, it would be a nightmare for all of them. At a time like this, the only person who could maintain his composure was Wang Chong, but the waves in his heart were far more intense than anyone else's. That horn, is it the sky-quaking army? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil as he stared in the direction the horn had come from. Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli had not recognized it, but Wang Chong had recognized it the moment the horn had sounded. It was the horn of the sky-quaking army. The Arabs did not use horns. Only a special army in the Arabian Empire would use them. The sky-quaking army. Is it finally about to begin? Wang Chong mentally muttered to himself. In his last life, Wang Chong had never participated in the Battle of Talas, but Wang Chong knew all the details of this battle by heart. The sky-quaking army was the formidable force that had shaken everyone on this battlefield. This was not the first time Wang Chong had encountered this force. It had appeared in the War of the Southwest. 6 to 7 meters tall, sometimes even 10 some meters, had inflicted enormous damage to Wang Chong's soldiers. At the time, they had only been called the Giant Army, but Wang Chong was well aware that this force was completely different from last time. This was the true sky-quaking army. A violent, destructive, and terrifying army. Chapter 968. Li Sai. Pass on my order. Gather the army and prepare for battle. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he suddenly ordered. Yes, Marquis. Li Sai deferentially replied from atop his Fergana horse. Hiya! With a shout, he ordered the Wushang cavalry behind him to gallop toward the defense line. Lord Protector General, let's go! At almost the same time, Wang Chong dispelled his Yama Devil avatar. With a battle at hand, Wang Chong could sense that it would be a fierce battle. Gao Xianji nodded and rode toward the defense line. Rumble! In the distance, the blaring of the horns had stopped, but the quaking of the earth was only intensifying. As the 200,000 Arab soldiers gathered and prepared for battle, they exuded an aura that seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Just by looking at it from afar, one could already feel a suffocating pressure. Roar! Countless Arab cavalry roared, all of them waving their scimitars that reflected a cold light in the sunlight. Tens of thousands of scimitars pointed into the sky, creating a dazzling forest of scimitars. The Arabs have finally moved out. In the distance, the Western Turks and the Uzan were also watching the tens of thousands of Arabs on the horizon, their shouts shaking the heavens. Daluan Ruozan and the others had calm expressions, but their eyes were much brighter. After waiting for so long, the Arabs had finally decided to move out. Although the power of the behemoths was astonishing, in the end, in order to destroy the nearly 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty, they would still need soldiers on the ground. I wonder if the Arabs can completely crush the Tang people. Huashu Wuzong muttered to himself, a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he gazed at the vast Arab army. In terms of cavalry charging and breaking through defenses, no one in the world could surpass the Arabs. Even the proud Uzan had to admit their inferiority in this aspect. In terms of positional warfare and infantry defense, no one in the world could surpass the Tang people. Other than the Tang dynasty, there was probably no other empire or faction that could use purely infantry defensive techniques to block the storm of attacks from the fiercest Arab cavalry in the world. The Tang dynasty dominated with infantry, while Arabia contended for hegemony with cavalry. These were the two most powerful empires of the East and West, the most representative of their armies. But now, the situation had changed. The steel defense line built by the Tang dynasty was beginning to crack. A gap of more than 1,000 zhang was more than enough for the Arab cavalry to bypass the defense line and charge straight into the heart of the Tang dynasty. The Arabs already possessed the ability to completely crush the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty still wants to repair it, but it's already too late. There's no time to repair a gap of more than 1,000 zhang. The Tang dynasty's loss is certain. A voice came from Shusha. Huoba Senji was riding a highland steed, also observing the battle from the hills. Behind him were several thousand Mutri great cavalry. It's just a little regretful. It seems like the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry won't die at our hands. But to be able to see them die on the battlefield, to see them completely wiped out, is at least a consolation to the White Braves and Qinghai cavalry who were slain by the Tang people. These last words were spoken in a much quieter voice. The army of more than 60,000 Western Turks and Uzun soldiers was silent, all of them waiting for the storm to come. The air was tense. While the vast Arab army was preparing for battle, the countless Tang dynasty soldiers were gathering behind the first defense line. The warriors who had previously retreated into the city to avoid the battle all rushed out at this moment. Row by row, they formed countless distinct phalanxes. In a few short moments, the Tang dynasty had already formed the first defense line, and then the second, the third. In front of the army, Zhang Shoji was busy leading all the craftsmen, doing their best to repair the steel defense line that had been broken by the behemoth. Flames raged and smoke billowed. There was a tense atmosphere everywhere. The Tang dynasty and the Arabs, the two strongest armies of the East and West, were in a distant standoff. Although no battle had yet begun, the tense atmosphere was far more intense than it had been in the past. Rumble. While the great Tang was preparing for war, in the distance, the earth quaked as massive black silhouettes began to walk forward from the rear of the Arab camp, blocking out the sun and obscuring the sky. An enormous pressure that was like a flood penetrated through the layers of space and pressed down towards them. Buzz. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed in an instant. 1, 2, 3, 4. For massive behemoths were moving in the distance, heading toward the great Tang camp. How could this be? How could the Arabs have so many behemoths? A cry of alarm came from the camp. Chief Banahan couldn't help but grimace at this sight. Although the other soldiers who saw it didn't say anything, their reactions had already explained everything. This should be all their soldiers, Wang Chong calmly said as he rode his horse to Banahan's side. A gust of wind stirred in Wang Chong's eyes, but they were as determined as ever. Wang Chong understood far more about the behemoth army than anyone else present. Since it was an army, it wasn't just one. If the first 2 times could be said to have been the enemy's probing and disdain, then this time, the enemy commander had cast aside all disdain and placed 120% of his attention. It's said that in all of Arab history, the behemoth army has never sent out more than 2 behemoths at once, but this time, they've sent out 4 at once. This truly is our honor. Wang Chong inwardly sneered. To any faction, the behemoth army was a terrifying force that could sweep through all. Their existence had always made one think of those unfathomable myths, even though the behemoth army actually had little to do with those myths. The 4 behemoths were still an enormous pressure on Wang Chong. But now that he had 2 giant ballistae that could restrain the behemoths, Wang Chong had a much easier time. At the very least, the behemoths were no longer invincible existences. Boom! A row of 4 behemoths, towering like mountains, began to advance. But when they were still 10 some zhang from the front of the Arab army, the 4 behemoths suddenly stopped, motionless on the ground. The rest of the Arab army also seemed to be frozen in place. This scene was so sudden that it caused everyone to be taken aback. Marquis, the Arabs have already blown the horns, so why have they suddenly stopped? Just what are the Arabs waiting for? Xue Qianjun looked away in shock, subconsciously turning to Wang Chong on his white-hoofed shadow. All of them had prepared for battle, but the 200,000 Arab soldiers and 4 terrifying behemoths had suddenly stopped. All of them were dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on. In the howling winds, Wang Chong silently gripped the reins of his horse, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. As he stared at the Arab army, he vaguely thought of something, but he couldn't grasp it in his urgency. Ever since he had intervened in the Battle of Talas, everything had changed from what he remembered. Not even he could predict what would happen next. Silence reigned over the battlefield, but the uneasy atmosphere continued to grow. "Are you ready?" In the rear of the army, Abu Muslim was like an immovable mountain, but his voice was directed behind him. "Lord Governor, everything has been prepared. We now await Milord's order." An abnormally muscular Arab general standing behind Abu Muslim bowed and spoke with unusual deference. "Very good." A sharp glint flashed across Abu Muslim's eyes when he heard this. "Mazel, begin." These last words were chilling and suffused with a somber aura. Roar! As the behemoths roared, the rows of Arab soldiers parted, creating a long path. The 4 immovable behemoths finally took a step forward. Boom! First the first, then the second, then the third. The 4 behemoths roared as they charged at the Tang dynasty. As the behemoths charged forward, everyone could clearly see that the heads of these 4 behemoths were wrapped in a thick layer of armor. Everyone grimaced at this sight. It was clear that the Arabs had learned their lesson from the previous battle and had strengthened the defenses around the most important heads of the behemoths. "Ready!" Behind the steel defense line, Wang Chong made a gesture, and Chen Bin and Su Qi, the 2 ballista commanders, drew their swords and gave the order. Following their orders, the hundreds of ballista soldiers got to work one after another. Creak, creak. The clattering of metal rang out as the soldiers nervously readied their ballistae and aimed their sharp arrowheads at the behemoth. The Tang dynasty only had 2 giant ballistae, but they were facing 4 behemoths. No one knew if they would be able to take them down. "Wang Chong, are there no other giant ballistae in the camp? Can you make a few more?" The galloping of hooves could be heard as Go Xianji rode his horse over to stand next to Wang Chong. His eyes were looking forward, a faint hint of worry in them. "No." Wang Chong shook his head. "The giant ballistae have always been just a concept that has never been tested. It's already a miracle that we can make them and use them as they should. There's no way to make a third in the short term." Chapter 969. Marquis, in truth, with our current conditions, it's still possible to make another one. At this moment, an elderly voice came from behind them. The 4 of them turned their gazes to Zhang Shouji, who was standing behind them. "The greatest problem with the giant ballistae is that we don't have the experience and that the materials used are special, which is why we weren't confident in making them. But now that we've made one, we have experience that we can rely on. Although making a third one will still be extremely difficult, with enough time, it's possible. Moreover, the ballistae that were destroyed earlier are ready-made materials. We can also forge the other parts on the spot. As for the ballista bolts, they're also very easy to deal with." With these last words, Zhang Shouji turned his head to the first defense line, where the Arabian behemoths had been shot down. The ballista bolts used by the giant ballistae were different from the others. They had basically all been forged by Zhang Shouji and the others in the capital, gathering the best craftsmen and grandmasters of the various smithing clans and using the best techniques and materials. In the final forging process, a large number of formations and inscriptions had been added to the ballistae. Only in this way could these giant ballista bolts pierce through the tough and elastic skin of the behemoths and pierce through their steel-like bones. This was not something that could be casually forged on the battlefield. But these precious giant ballistae bolts were actually the least of Wang Chong's worries. Understood. On the other side, Qing Qianli, the Vice Protector General of the Anxi Protectorate Army, had a sharp light in his eyes. He suddenly squeezed the horse's abdomen, and without saying a word, he immediately urged the horse to gallop towards the nearest rhino-shaped beast's corpse. Arriving in front of the gigantic beast, Qing Qianli leaped onto its head. Pooh! Qing Qianli bent down and pulled forcefully, pulling out a bloody and heavy giant crossbow bolt from the gigantic beast's head. Boom! Qing Qianli raised the giant ballista bolt as if it were light and threw it with all his might. The giant ballista bolt landed not far from one of the giant ballistae, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the air. One after another, he threw them over. Each of these giant crossbow bolts was extremely heavy. Other than a top-notch general like Qing Qianli, it would be very difficult for others to pull them out. With Qing Qianli's help, they managed to retrieve 30 to 40 giant crossbow bolts in a short period of time. All of the heavy ballistae bolts were pulled out and stacked next to the two giant ballistae. Dong! 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 At this moment, war drums began to beat from the Arab camp. Not long after the 4 behemoths began to charge, the 200,000 Arab cavalry suddenly began to move. Like a black tide, they followed the behemoths and charged toward the Tang people's defense line. Kill! Destroy them! Kill these heathens! Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth, and accompanied by the thumping of the war drums, a violent, ferocious, and murderous aura whistled over like an avalanche. The war had finally begun. Ready! In the gloomy sky, a loud voice resounded over the defense line. Clang, clang, clang. Swords were unsheathed and gleaming in the air. Shield soldiers, get ready! Ballistae, get into position! Cavalry, assume formation. Military orders were issued one after another, clear and unambiguous, from top to bottom, constantly spreading throughout the entire army. In a flash, the more than 100,000 soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate Army and the Anxi Protectorate Army began to move. The sounds of footsteps, armor clanking, swords clanking, shields vibrating, and the sound of the furnace forging merged into one. The Tang Dynasty army was like an enormous machine, and a powerful energy instantly engulfed the entire Tang Dynasty army. The battlefield was so somber that even the distant Uzan and Western Turks were affected. All of them were so focused and nervous that they almost forgot to breathe. Mazel, get ready. You should move out as well. In the distance, Abu Muslim stared at the Tang Dynasty defense line and suddenly ordered without turning his head. Understood. Mazel seemed to have predicted this, and as he looked at the distant Tang Dynasty defense line, he gave a sinister smile and began to walk to the rear. A few moments later, a fissure opened up in the ground, and Mazel vanished into it. Roar! The giant beasts roared, and the rumbling footsteps shook the earth and the sky. They were getting closer and closer to the army and the first line of defense. Their heavy bodies stomped on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that was more than 10 meters high. Behind the behemoths, the Arab cavalry waved their scimitars and surged forward like a flood. 3,000 zhang. 25,000 zhang. The 4 behemoths and the vast sea of Arab cavalry charged at the Tang people's defense line. All soldiers, get ready! Li Sai led the 5,000 Wushang cavalry to the very front of the defense line, his thunderous voice echoing in everyone's ears. Nervous. Incomparably nervous. The tension between the two armies had multiplied. Whether it was the Arabs, the Tang people, or the mercenaries, all of them were staring at each other, their hands gripping their weapons so tightly that the veins on their arms bulged. At this moment, even Wang Chong and Gao Xianji appeared a little nervous. The decisive battle between the Arabs and the Tang dynasty was probably about to begin. Ballista Army. When the Arabs and behemoths were still 2,000 zhang from the defense line, Wang Chong unsheathed his sword and gave the order. In an instant, the creaking sounds of machinery rose and fell incessantly in the ears of everyone present. The 3,000 ballistae were all knocked and aimed at the enemy. The only force that could pose a threat to both the Arab cavalry and the behemoths was the ballista army. Although they could not deal as much damage as the giant ballistae, they had the advantage in numbers, and they were still effective in this battle. But just when all 3,000 ballistae had been loaded, there was a massive boom. Behind the Arab army, on the distant horizon, the ground suddenly quaked as if something had just exploded. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Miker. The commotion was so great that it was accompanied by a series of changes in light and shadow. In an instant, it quickly attracted everyone's attention. What's that? At the front of the defense line, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, and Qing Qianli stood shoulder to shoulder. Qing Qianli narrowed his eyes at this sight. Wang Chong and Gao Xianji said nothing, but both of them had an ill foreboding. No matter what that explosion was, for it to appear at a time like this was not a good thing. Hua! Suddenly, the crowd fell into an uproar. The confusion of the army did not last for long before the answer was quickly revealed. Look over there! What's that? A meteor! It's a meteor! As the Tang soldiers watched in shock, a massive meteor, blazing with dark green flames, began to tumble through the air as it hurtled toward the Tang soldiers. By the time the Tang soldiers noticed it, it was only several hundred zhang from their heads. Careful! Wang Chong's pupils constricted as an intense sense of danger welled up in his heart. This scene was far too bizarre, and not even Wang Chong had predicted it. But even though Wang Chong had warned them, it was too late. Boom! In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there was an earth-shattering boom. The huge, burning meteorite flew through the air for hundreds of meters and smashed heavily into the ground. A series of miserable screams rang out as the meteors crashed into the ground, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwaves sent many Tang soldiers and Western regions mercenaries flying with their horses. Countless pieces of rubble shot out in all directions like sharp arrows under the influence of the shockwave. Nay, the warhorses neighed, and countless warhorses' eyes widened as they retreated in terror. The meteors continued to fall, and the army was thrown into chaos. Right in the middle of these warhorses was a huge crater. The crater had a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the core area was 6 to 7 meters deep. At the deepest part of the crater was a giant egg. The egg was dark green and was 5 or 6 people tall. Its mottled surface appeared to be made of some kind of tough metal, and it was burning with dark green flames. Kacha, a series of crisp sounds came from the giant egg. The moment it hit the ground, the dark green egg, which had been mistaken for a meteor, immediately cracked into tiny black cracks. Boom! Before anyone could react, a huge hand that looked like dark steel suddenly reached out from inside and grabbed the edge of the crack. "Heh heh heh, all of you die!" A cold and tyrannical voice, accompanied by a strong murderous aura, suddenly rang in everyone's ears. At that moment, everyone saw clearly that the hand that reached out from inside the egg was actually bigger than a horse, and behind the egg, there was a pair of scarlet and terrifying eyes. Ah! There were cries of alarm all around. Countless warhorses seemed to be greatly frightened and retreated, neighing in fear. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, under everyone's horrified gazes, the giant egg split open. Amidst the clanging sounds of steel, a pitch-black giant that looked like steel rose from within the giant egg. 10 meters, 15 meters, 17 meters. In the end, the giant's height stopped at 18 meters. With dark brown steel-like skin, a tall and mighty body, and a pair of tyrannical, evil, and destructive eyes, this was an ancient giant in myths and legends. And the mottled green eggshell was the giant's armor. Boom! Chapter 970. Ha ha ha, you damned ants, all of you can die for me! Waves of ferocious laughter reverberated above the army. Bang! At the same time that the boulder was thrown, the giant leaped out of the huge hole in the ground like an agile monkey. Boom! The two steel-like black arms swung up like a wheel and swept fiercely. Boom! 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 Before anyone could react, they heard a series of miserable screams. At the edge of the pit, The 20 to 30 Tang Dynasty cavalry were caught off guard and sent flying like ragdolls. The green armored giant that descended from the sky did not stop at all. He leaped forward and grabbed a huge green shield that was taller than a person. He swept it back and forth, throwing and sending all the soldiers in front of him flying. Organize the defense line. Careful. Surround him with all your strength. This scene was so sudden that the troops around the pit were thrown into chaos. Countless soldiers from the Tang Dynasty, Greater and Lesser Balor, and the mercenary tribes of the western regions charged forward. But before this terrifying giant, they couldn't even take a single blow. Rumble! Soldier after soldier, squad after squad, row after row, countless soldiers were swept up like leaves and dust in a sweep, swept away by the 18-meter-tall giant. As countless people watched, the giant advanced by leaps and bounds, invincible as it slaughtered its way through the army. From the moment the meteor fell to the giant's slaughter, the Tang Dynasty had lost at least 100 soldiers. Let alone the soldiers, even the distant generals Gao Xianji, Wang Chong, and Qing Qianli paled. Chen Bin! Ballisti! A furious roar came from the front of the defense line. The sight of this invincible giant made Wang Chong's face pale and his heart sink. The sky-quaking giant! Even though none of the surrounding soldiers, including the general in charge, knew where the giant came from, they were all shocked. But Wang Chong immediately recognized it as the famous sky-quaking army that the Arabs had used in the Battle of Talas. Wang Chong had not been surprised by the appearance of the sky-quaking giant. But Wang Chong had never imagined that the sky-quaking giants would appear on the battlefield of Talas like this. More importantly, there had never been just one sky-quaking giant, but an entire army. This also meant that, Hua! Look, not good. Run. As if in response to Wang Chong's thoughts, boom boom boom. The earth quaked and rocks and dirt shot out in all directions. Amidst the chaos, giant asteroids blazing with dark green flames began to fall from the sky, smashing into various parts of the army with lightning-fast speed. Roar! Amidst the explosions, the towering sky-quaking giants roared and raised their arms as they rose from the giant eggs with the momentum of holding up the heavens. This fierce, tyrannical, and frenzied energy was like a storm that shook every Tang Dynasty soldier. Kill them! Savage roars resounded through the steel defense line as the sky-quaking giants began to speak in Arabic. Boom! As if receiving some sort of signal, the sky-quaking giants scattered throughout the army began to move. Boom boom boom! One towering sky-quaking giant after another rose from the ground. The moment they appeared, they madly attacked the Tang Dynasty soldiers in front of them, all of them madly galloping toward the same destination. A scream rang out as a Tang Dynasty horseman was caught off guard and struck by a black iron palm. Both he and his horse flew more than 100 feet into the air before crashing to the ground several dozen feet away. In that instant, everyone could clearly see that the palms of the giants, when spread open, were actually larger than a horse. Get out of my way! At the same time, another giant kicked out with his foot. Whoosh! 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 Tensum cavalry were sent flying into the air. In a few short moments, 7 or 8 sky-quaking giants had thrown the Tang Dynasty formation into chaos. Bang! A massive black ballista bolt flew through the air, shooting toward a sky-quaking giant. But in a flash of light, there was a boom as the dark green shield in the sky-quaking giant's hand blocked that ballista bolt that could destroy all obstacles and was the nightmare of cavalry. Careful of those ballista soldiers! Kill them! The sky-quaking giant stomped a foot on a corpse and gave a heaven-shaking roar. Boom! Before anyone could react, the giant suddenly bent down, grabbed a robust horse corpse, and tossed it over fiercely. There was a massive boom and an explosion of energy as a ballista several dozen zhang away was struck by the corpse of a horse. The ballista and 5 ballista soldiers screamed as they were thrown into the air. With this sky-quaking giant's example, the other giants began to follow suit. They grabbed whatever they could use around them, boulders, human corpses, horse corpses, and threw them over. Boom boom boom. One important ballista after another of the Tang dynasty's ballistae was smashed to pieces, and the ballista soldiers suffered grievous losses. And this was only the prelude. One sky-quaking giant after another curled up into a ball of burning dark green eggs that were hurled down from the sky by the catapult. 20, 30, 50, the sky-quaking giants fell like meteors, covering almost the entire army. Roar! Roar! The savage roars of the giants resounded through the sky as the situation suddenly became extremely grim, extremely disadvantageous to the Tang dynasty. Not only that, as these giants attacked the Tang soldiers, they were also rapidly moving in the same direction, running with large strides. Not good. Their target is the giant ballistae. A worried voice rang out in everyone's ears. As the commanders of the ballista army and the true controllers of the two giant ballistae, Chun Bin and Su Kui were the first to notice that something was wrong. From their vantage point, all of the giants, no matter where they had fallen, began to approach the two giant ballistae the moment they rose to their feet. The giant ballistae were no longer simple weapons or armaments. Although the city of Talas had around 100,000 soldiers, these two giant ballistae were the only weapons other than Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Wang Yan, and Qing Qianli that could harm the four behemoths. From a certain perspective, they were even more effective than the attacks of great generals. Without these two giant ballistae, the Tang dynasty would be in grave danger. It was clear that the Arabs had realized this, which was why they had dropped the giants over to attack the giant ballistae. Stop them! Protect the giant ballistae! Don't let them get close. The giants aren't invincible. Everyone, get into formation and work together to deal with them. A series of shouts rang out from all directions. With the giants at the center, the surrounding infantry, cavalry, archers, axemen, all the soldiers began to move. Everyone was well aware of the importance of the giant ballistae to the army, so the moment they understood the giants' goal, all the soldiers went into a frenzy. Although the giants were extremely strong and could even pick up a horse with their 5 fingers, the giants were still considered humans, and all the cavalry that gathered here were not ordinary cavalry. Tens of thousands of cavalry gathered together could even deal with a great general, let alone a few giants. Kill! Amidst the earth-shattering battle cries, waves of soldiers rushed towards the giants like a tidal wave. At the same time, at least half of the 3,000 ballistae turned to aim at the sky-quaking giants within the defense line. Boom boom boom! Long black ballista bolts flew through the air like dragons at the sky-quaking giant. Roar! Defend! A sky-quaking giant with a thick red beard suddenly bellowed. Bzzz! The charging sky-quaking giants suddenly slowed down and took up defensive stances. Bzzz! The charging sky-quaking giants suddenly slowed down and took up defensive stances. Bang bang bang! The long ballista bolts shot forward like lightning bolts, but the sky-quaking giants used their dark green armor to block them. Plush! On the outermost edge of the battlefield, a sky-quaking giant was caught off guard, and a long ballista bolt pierced through a chink in his armor and into his chest. But the sky-quaking giant acted as if nothing had happened. His right hand grabbed the end of the bolt and pulled, tearing out a large chunk of flesh and skin. An ordinary human would have died from such an attack, but the sky-quaking giants were only slightly weakened, the flames of life still burning in their bodies. Although the sky-quaking giants could not compare to the behemoths in terms of vitality, they were still extremely powerful. Split up. Split into 3 groups to deal with the ballistae. The rest of you, get rid of those 2 ballistae. The red-bearded giant bared his teeth and savagely roared as he swiftly took up a countermeasure. To the astonishment of everyone, these seemingly brawny and simple-minded sky-quaking giants began to work together under the command of the red-bearded giant. A group of sky-quaking giants bent their knees and raised their shields, using their armor to block the attacks while using the rocks and corpses around them to fire back at the ballistae. At the same time, they swept away the Tang soldiers charging at them. Screams and flesh flew through the air. Each skyquaking giant was a killing machine, constantly killing the Tang dynasty soldiers around them. Chapter 971. There's no time. We can't let them destroy the giant ballistae. Chunbin, let's work together and use the giant ballistae to sweep them away. The howling winds caused the armor on Suki's body to clatter. The pale Suki suddenly turned his head to the nearby Chunbin. The giant ballistae were used to deal with the Arabian behemoths, and each one was extremely precious. If the behemoths did not completely die because of a lack of effective fire, then once the behemoths went berserk, they would definitely kill more soldiers than the giant. But in the current situation, the two of them had no other choice. Once the giant ballistae were destroyed, there would be nothing left. At the same time, Chunbin stood in front of the giant ballistae and firmly nodded. We'll do as you say. At this moment, the two of them quickly reached an agreement. Creak creak. The giant ballistae that had been aimed at the four behemoths suddenly began to slowly and heavily adjust their angle, aiming their giant bolts at the two skyquaking giants closest to them. Bang! Bang! Two giant ballista bolts more than 10 meters long flew through the air, piercing through the dark green armor of a skyquaking giant. The enormous force of the bolts pierced through the skyquaking giant's body, sending it flying into the air, where it was already a corpse. At almost the same time, another scream came from nearby as another skyquaking giant was shot to death by the giant ballista. These skyquaking giants possessed unimaginable vitality and defensive power, capable of single-handedly defeating an army of several hundred, but they were still extremely weak against the terrifying giant ballistae. Buzz! The moment the two skyquaking giants were killed by the giant ballistae, the entire battlefield fell silent. All the giants looked in the same direction, their eyes brimming with shock. All the giants possessed terrifying strength, speed, and dexterity, as well as extremely tough and sturdy bodies. Even if they dropped from the sky, they wouldn't be harmed. In their understanding, there was no such thing as a natural enemy. Moreover, ever since the establishment of this army, not a single giant had ever died in battle. This was the first time something like this had happened. But this silence did not last for long. Soon after, the earth quaked and the heavens swayed. Another batch of skyquaking giants crashed to the ground like raindrop. The Arabs were using this method to throw one skyquaking giant after another at the Tang dynasty. Kill! With a furious roar, all the skyquaking giants reinvigorated and once more charged toward the giant ballistae as if their lives depended on it. Release! The ballista bolts boomed as Chunbin and Suki swung their swords, directing the two giant ballistae to fire at the surrounding skyquaking giant. But the time it took for the giant ballistae to fire had become a fatal flaw. Air surged as the skyquaking giants approached. The Tang dynasty's dire situation was not just this. As the giants of the skyquaking army continued to descend from the sky and attack the two giant ballistae, the Tang dynasty's defense line was in turmoil, the four Arabian behemoths roaring in the distance. They were now less than 1,000 zhang from the first defense line of the city of Talas. Behind the behemoths, the 200,000 Arab soldiers roared as they surged forward like an avalanche. Beset by enemies from within and without, the 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty were suddenly plunged into an unprecedented predicament. Li Sai. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, a young and calm voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. This voice seemed to possess a unique charm that made people involuntarily believe in it. It also caused the originally chaotic army to suddenly calm down. Wang Chong stood in front of the defense line, taking in all of this. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his mind was in turmoil, an invisible pressure surging toward him from all sides. Only Wang Chong knew how much pressure he was under, but he could not reveal any of it. Take all the Wushang cavalry and immediately return to the defense line. Kill all the skyquaking giants. I'll leave it all to you. This general will go. In this desperate situation, Li Sai clenched his teeth and urged his horse to charge at the skyquaking giants. Everyone, follow me! The 5,000 Wushang cavalry silently followed Li Sai like the guards of the god of death as they charged at the skyquaking giants. 100 to each group. Quickly scatter! As they charged, Li Sai's deputy, Kong Xian, shouted. The dense ranks of Wushang cavalry quickly divided into 50-100-man groups that charged at the nearest skyquaking giant. The Wushang cavalry were the strongest in the army, and they could only be relied on to deal with the skyquaking giant. Even after all this was done, Wang Chong did not relax in the slightest. His eyes were sharp and dazzling, even more dazzling than the sun. He abruptly raised his head to look at the sky, and his dazzling eyes instantly became incomparably deep. Rumble! At the end of Wang Chong's vision, one skyquaking giant after another fell like meteors toward the Tang dynasty. All these dark green meteors were reflected in Wang Chong's eyes, and at this moment, Wang Chong's mind began to rapidly calculate. Elder Feng, Elder Du, I need your cooperation. To the southwest, the 4 symbols Yin-Yang Soul Trap can position. Hurry! These words were so sudden that even Anshi Vice Protector General Ching Qianli, who was standing next to Wang Chong, was taken aback. However, there were 2 people who were not. Marquis understood. Leave this matter to us. 2 figures, with their sleeves fluttering in the wind, suddenly opened their arms like huge birds and leaped out from the army. While they were still in the air, they grabbed 2 large, heavy pieces of steel and threw them into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. One piece of steel after another flew into the air and plunged into the ground. Both Elder Feng and Elder Du were Saint Martial experts of Wushang village, and in the blink of an eye, they had used these pieces of steel to lay down a massive 4 symbols Yin-Yang Soul Trap. Boom! Almost at the same time that the 2 of them laid out the 4 symbols Yin-Yang Soul Trap, a huge meteorite fell from the sky, smashing heavily into the center of the formation. Roar! With a heaven-shaking roar, the dark green meteor split open, and a sky-quaking giant with a storm of energy rose from the formation, waving his arms. But just when he was about to begin a massacre in the army, he suddenly saw the situation around him, and his roar came to a sudden stop. The giant was dumbfounded. Outside the formation, Elder Feng and Elder Du saw this sight and immediately understood what was going on. To the southwest, the 4 symbols Yin-Yang Soul Trap can position. At this moment, Wang Chong's voice rang out once more. Hurry! In an instant, Elder Feng and Elder Du returned to their senses at the same time, and without another word, they immediately flew in another direction. The 2 Wushang village elders finally understood what was going on. Wang Chong was roughly calculating where the giants would fall from the sky and using the 4 symbols Yin-Yang Soul Trap to trap them. At a time like this truly was the best way to deal with them. To the southeast, Li position. To the northeast, Kuan position. To the east, Dui position. Wang Chong raised his head to the sky, his robes flapping in the wind as he issued one order after another. In the sky above the defensive line, Elder Feng and Elder Du were running back and forth. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were constantly setting up 4 symbols Yin-Yang bewitching arrays on the ground at an astonishing speed. The 4 symbols Yin-Yang Soul Trap was an ancient formation, and while it was somewhat lacking against the massive bodies and terrifying strength of the behemoths, it was more than enough to deal with these skyquaking giants. Roar! Roar! Savage roars rang out from the ground. From the sky, one skyquaking giant after another rose from the ground like meteors, only to be greeted by the sturdy and powerful 4 symbols Yin-Yang Soul Trap. Boom boom boom! Metal clattered as the sky-quaking giants madly attacked their surroundings, their steely fists bombarding their surroundings. But all they could see was gray. Under the influence of the formation, these giants couldn't even see the army outside the formation, much less attack. The 4 symbols Yin-Yang confusion borrowed the power of the earth around it, So all the attacks these giants launched on the formation itself were no different from hammering the earth. There was no effect at all. One formation after another was swiftly completed on the ground. In a few short moments, nearly 50 sky-quaking giants had been trapped in the formations. Damn it! Destroy those things! One of the giants, whose beard and hair were all standing on end, roared furiously. Boom boom boom! Some sky-quaking giants immediately began to charge toward the formation. But before they could reach it, the neighing of Nei's horse interrupted their charge. Kill them! Kong Xian raised his sword and led a group of 100 Wushang cavalry toward the nearest sky-quaking giant. Ignorant ants! At the sight of the Wushang cavalry charging at him, this 18-meter-tall giant gave a savage laugh. Instead of dodging, he threw out a grayish-brown rock. At the same time, he swung his steely palm at the nearest Wushang horseman with astonishing speed and power. This palm was powerful enough to shatter steel, and even the Wushang cavalry would be doomed if struck. Chapter 972. How is this possible? The giant roared in anger, but in the next moment, he was greeted by a searing pain. It was not obvious at first, but in the blink of an eye, the pain multiplied exponentially, and finally, even his bones began to ache. Kill him! An angry roar came from beneath his feet. The giant lowered his head, and only then did he see ant-like human cavalry brushing past his feet like bolts of lightning. These human cavalry were all wielding sharp swords that gleamed with a cold light. The long sword flashed past his ankle and cut through the layer of hard, thick, and dark green armor that was made of the best materials, as if it was cutting a piece of paper. The 3-foot-long blades cut through his skin, his tendons, his flesh, and even his bones. Because they were so sharp, the giant did not feel any pain until the cavalry had already galloped far away. How is this possible? What kind of weapon could cut through my giant god armor? The giant's eyes widened as he stared at the scene in disbelief. He lifted his feet, but a crisp cracking sound came from the soles of his feet. Before he could lift his feet, the soles of his feet could no longer bear the weight of his body. A line of blood appeared, and his ankles immediately snapped. With a rumble, the giant lost his balance. His body went limp, and he fell heavily to his knees, his hands on the ground. My feet, my feet! The giant screamed in pain. Only now did he realize that his ankles had been completely cut off by these human soldiers. Kill him! Kong Xian's voice came from behind the giant. His voice was firm and cold. As soon as he spoke, the 100 cavalrymen began a frenzied slaughter. The Wuzi steel longswords in their hands were indestructible, and they continuously slashed at the giant's shoulders, arms, waist, and thighs, leaving behind sharp sword marks. Blood flowed like water from every part of the giant's body, splattering all over the ground. Death scythe! A series of fierce shouts came from the formation of 100 cavalrymen. The moment the giant fell, 7 well-trained and seemingly extremely powerful Wushang cavalrymen pressed their hands on the backs of their horses and suddenly leaped into the air. The 7 of them formed the most refined scythe of the Grim Reaper and climbed up the giant's body like monkeys. In the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had used the Death God's scythe team to deal with the most basic version of the giant. Although they were still using the Death God's scythe array, these 7 people were completely different from the original Death God's scythe team. This was a special energy that Wang Chong had specially trained to deal with the sky-quaking giant. Boom! The sound of horse hooves and smoke billowed. After leaving the Reaper squad of 7 people, the other Wushang cavalry followed Kong Xian like a tide. Meanwhile, the other 100-man Wushang teams were also charging at the other sky-quaking giant. Each sky-quaking giant they dealt with would leave behind a Death God's scythe team, and then the other Wushang cavalry would continue forward. 1, 2, 3 In the blink of an eye, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry had divided into more than 100 Death God's scythe teams. Depending on the strength of the sky-quaking giants, they would form groups of 2, 3, or 4 to attack the sky-quaking giant. Damn it! You useless things! The red-bearded leader of the skyquaking giants was enraged by the sight of them being held down. I'll do it myself. Humans, ant-like things, I'll kill you all. Thump! The red-bearded giant stomped forward, causing the rocks on the ground to shatter as it crossed a distance of 8 or 9 meters with astonishing speed toward the giant ballistae controlled by Chun Bin and Suki. Load! Release! The air rumbled and a long, giant crossbow bolt shot through the air, heading straight for the red-bearded giant in the lead. The giant ballista bolt left blurry black afterimages in its wake. Chun Bin and Suki sensed danger and immediately fired their ballista bolt. But in a flash of light, the red-bearded giant seemed to have sensed this bolt. In a flash, his body tilted to the side, allowing him to dodge the bolt. How could this be? Seeing this, the two of them felt their bodies tremble. The giant ballista bolts were extremely fast, even faster than ballista bolt. Once they were shot, it would be very difficult to dodge. Moreover, the giant was over 10 meters tall, making it an extremely large target. It was impossible for it to miss. Yet the red-bearded giant had been able to dodge it. Just this point alone showed that he was much stronger than the other giant. You lowly humans, take one of my attacks. The red-bearded giant grabbed 2 strong horse corpses and threw them out like cannonballs, one on each side. Careful! Chun Bin's expression tightened as he drew out his sword and dashed toward the horse's corpse. At almost the same time, the 6 or 7 other ballista warriors guarding the giant ballistae also flew into the air. Together with Chun Bin, they charged at the horse corpse. Bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the few of them mustered all their strength and attacked the horse carcass. Rumble! As Chun Bin and the 7 ballista warriors collided with the horse corpse, an indescribable feeling welled up in their hearts. Chun Bin felt as if he had slammed into a hard mountain with all his strength. Not only did all his strength not have the slightest effect, but he was also hit by a huge force from the horse carcass, causing all the bones in his body to crack, as if they were falling apart. Not only that, but even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been severely impacted in that instant. Plush! Chun Bin tasted blood in his throat as he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the giant ballista behind him. At the same time, there was a scream as the other ballista warriors were also sent flying, crashing into different places. In a flash, Chun Bin and the 7 elite ballista warriors had been heavily injured by the horse corpse that the red-bearded giant had casually thrown at them. Compared to the red-bearded giant, they were far too weak. Boom boom! At almost the same time, several more horse corpses were thrown out. Suki screamed as he and several other elite ballista soldiers were also heavily injured. At this moment, there was nothing left between the red-bearded giant and the 2 giant ballistae, and the closest Wushang cavalry was still 100 zhang away. A good chance! The red-bearded giant was elated. His body shot forward as he charged at full speed toward one of the giant ballistae. Load! Load! Don't let him get close. Use the giant ballistae to kill him. Without Suki and Chun Bin in charge, the remaining ballista warriors immediately began to panic. At this time, the only thing that could stop the red-bearded giant was the Tang dynasty ballistae. Boom boom boom! The air boomed and steel screeched. In a few short moments, 10 some long black ballista bolts shot toward the giant from all directions. Ha ha! The red-bearded giant coldly chuckled. His body shrank back as he swung the dark green arm shield in his hand. With a whirlwind of force, 7 or 8 black ballista bolts were sent flying. As for the other ballista bolts, they seemed to strike the hardest wall and were all blocked. While blocking these ballista bolts, the red-bearded giant's footsteps continued to rumble. In just a few moments, he was less than 7 or 8 meters away from one of the giant ballistae. With his height, a single step was all he needed to reach that giant ballista. Not only that, in order to better coordinate their attacks, Chun Bin and Suki were using the giant ballistae to their fullest potential, so the 2 ballistae were not too far apart from each other. This meant that when the red-bearded giant attacked the first ballista, it was only 30 or 40 meters away from the other ballista. Danger. No matter what, we can't let him get close. If the giant ballistae are destroyed, all of us will die. Everyone, follow me. Charge. Everyone who saw this scene paled and panicked. 20-some Tang Dynasty cavalry rushed forward to stop the giant ballistae, but it was too late. The red-bearded giant only had eyes for the two giant ballistae. He didn't even look at them. Boom! A massive foot wearing a dark green blazing boot suddenly rose from the ground and stomped down on the giant ballista closest to the giant ballistae. Even before that foot landed, the air around it began to howl, and the enormous wind pressure sent the three soldiers controlling the giant ballistae tumbling through the air. Given the strength that the red-bearded giant had displayed, if this foot landed, this giant ballista, which had taken so much effort to assemble, would instantly shatter into countless pieces. Ah! Cries of alarm rang out from all around as the giant ballista that had sustained their lives was about to be destroyed by the red-bearded giant's foot. At this moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant ballista. This person was dressed in a white robe, his long hair flying in the wind. While everyone was stunned by the red-bearded giant's strength and believed that the giant ballista was doomed to be destroyed, this person suddenly raised his head, looked at the descending foot, and raised a single finger. Bang! In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The red-bearded giant's foot, which could even shatter steel, landed on the man's outstretched finger. It was as if it had crashed into the world's hardest barrier. The air exploded, and the powerful chi roared, washing over the surroundings like a huge wave. However, it was unable to shake the man's finger. What the hell? Just who are you? The red-bearded giant's pupils constricted and his face paled. He was keenly aware of just how powerful and terrifying his foot was. For this person to use a single finger to block it was not something that an ordinary person could do. King of Gonka. That person raised his head and coldly said those 4 words. In the next moment, a terrifying energy burst out from his body like a tidal wave. Killing tide. Chapter 973. I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't think that you would have such strength. But that's all it is. This time, I will first kill you, and then destroy those 2 giant ballistae. The red-bearded giant looked at his unscathed body, and his expression instantly relaxed. As a sign of respect for you, after killing you, I will remember your name, King Gonka. Is that so? The King Gonka sneered at the red-bearded giant, his eyes fixed on the giant's legs. What do you mean? The red-bearded giant grimaced as he stared at the King Gonka. But before he could finish speaking, there was a metallic crack from beneath his feet. Before the red-bearded giant could react, he saw the sturdy dark green war boots under his feet suddenly explode with countless cracks. In just an instant, the boots exploded into countless pieces, scattering all over the ground. Even more shocking to the red-bearded giant was that the instant the boots exploded, a fierce and destructive energy exploded from the soles of his feet. This energy traveled up the red-bearded giant's right foot and spread throughout his body. Plush! Blood sprayed everywhere, and the red-bearded giant's right foot was bleeding profusely. A heart-wrenching pain surged from the soles of his feet to his brain, and the red-bearded giant couldn't help but cry out. You! The red-bearded giant rapidly retreated, a hint of shock finally appearing on his face as he stared at the nearby King Gonka. To be able to shatter his heavenly god battle boots with a single finger, just this fact alone proved that the strength of the human before him far surpassed his imagination. You're celebrating too early. The King Gonka raised his robes and began to stride forward. In the western regions, the Gonka tribe was known as the Filthy Boars. As the ruler of this tribe, the King Gonka had always hidden his strength, only revealing it now. Bright fist of massacre. The King Gonka's expression was callous. After taking 2 steps, He suddenly leapt into the air and lunged at the nearly 20-meter red-bearded giant like a giant bird. Bzzz. He swung his right fist, and the air in a radius of several dozen feet twisted as a massive fist image appeared behind him, followed by a third and a fourth. In a few short moments, hundreds of fist images had appeared behind the King Gonka, forming a massive mountain of fists that smashed down on the red-bearded giant. The Bright Fist of Massacre was a fist technique that the King Gonka had learned in his early years in the Central Plains. The stronger the enemy, the more powerful this fist technique would be. At most, it could exert 4 times the user's strength, but it would place an enormous burden on the body. After obtaining it, the Gonka king had devoted himself to studying it, combining it with the martial arts of the western regions. He had increased the power of this fist art by at least 5 times, and he had also reduced the burden on his body by a great deal, resulting in the Bright Fist of Slaughter. I don't believe that I'll lose to a puny human. Die. Seeing the King Gonka lunge at him, the red-bearded giant seemed to be greatly humiliated. Suddenly enraged, he gathered all the strength in his body and viciously smashed at the rising King Gonka. Rumble! The red-bearded giant's iron fist streaked through the air like a meteor. Wherever it passed, black cracks seemed to appear in the air. Given the red-bearded giant's innate strength, this all-out attack could probably shatter a mountain. If an ordinary human were to take this punch, they would die without a doubt. Boom! The 2 iron fists, one large and one small, fiercely collided in the air. In that instant, the wind howled, and even the sky seemed to split open. Aya! As countless Tang dynasty soldiers and giants watched, the seemingly stronger red-bearded giant gave a shrill scream. His right fist suddenly split open, blood gushing out like a waterfall, and his fist bent backward at a strange angle. Under the immense force, the red-bearded giant fell to his knees, kicking up a cloud of dust. This is all the so-called giants amount to. The King Gonka sneered and lunged forward. The King Gonka's appearance had caused a slight reversal on the battlefield, rousing the morale of the surrounding soldiers. Even though the King Gonka and Wushang's cavalry had improved the projectile attacks of the skyquaking giants, the Tang dynasty was still in a terrible situation. Roar! The giant beasts roared. 4 giant beasts that were as large as mountains charged toward the first line of defense. 700 zhang, 600 zhang, 500 zhang. At this distance, everyone could even smell the stench of blood wafting from the giant beast. Behind the behemoths were 2 times the number of Tang dynasty Arab cavalry, howling as they followed the 4 behemoths. If the behemoths were the vanguard, they were the rear. At a distance of 600 zhang, the Tang dynasty soldiers behind the first defense line could clearly see the bulging muscles of the Arab cavalry, the bulging veins and blood vessels on the backs of their hands, and the savage expressions and bloodthirsty gazes in their eyes. Rumble! In a place that no one could see, bang! A part of the ground suddenly split open, and a yellow-brown monster that looked like a giant centipede suddenly burrowed out of the ground. This monster had many appendages, and its skin and body were as hard as rock. It also had a head that was as sharp as a sword. On the head of this monster was a hideous hunchbacked man dressed in a crimson robe. He was none other than the leader of the behemoth army, Mazel. Buzz! Mazel began to form a spell on the head of the centipede monster. In a flash, faint rays of light vanished into the air, heading toward the 4 mountainous behemoths. Kill, kill! Kill all these infidels for me. Leave none alive. Mazel's eyes shone with a chilling light as he stared at the steel defense line. The behemoths were very difficult to control, and when they attacked, they basically didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Thus, Mazel rarely controlled more than 2 behemoths at once. Even when he did use 2, he would keep them very far apart so that they could attack different targets. Just like the Terrorizer and the Destroyer, one destroying the defense line while the other destroying the city. But now, 3 powerful behemoths had been slain by the Tang dynasty, causing Mazel to lose all face in front of the 200,000 Arab soldiers. In order to restore the reputation of the behemoth army, Mazel had finally been forced to personally participate in this battle. In all of Arabia, only he could control 4 behemoths at the same time without accidentally injuring his own army. Rumble. After carefully calculating the direction of the 4 behemoths, the distance between them, and their condition, Mazel had the centipede monster make a turn in the air and burrow back into the earth. The hard rock seemed as soft as mud in a swamp to the centipede monster. In a flash, Mazel and the centipede monster had vanished into the earth. After they disappeared, the ground returned to normal, and no traces could be seen. Behind them, 2 figures exuding powerful auras were seated on their divine steeds, their eyes like lightning bolts as they calmly observed the course of the battle. The sky-quaking army has already achieved its goal. The Tang dynasty can't even fend for itself, and has fallen into disarray. Gao Xianzhi and the other Tang dynasty commanders have also been exhausted by the behemoths and are no longer at their peak. The Arab deputy governor of the East, Ziyad, said as he followed closely behind Abu Muslim. The gales caused the armor of the Arab horsemen to clatter and clang, but Ziyad remained seated on his horse, his body exuding an invisible energy that kept all the winds at bay. His expression was as determined as steel. He had been observing this battle this entire time. At this stage of the battle, the 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty had fallen into their rhythm. If this situation continued, it would only take a few hours for all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty to be wiped out. Once these Tang people were killed, the final obstacle on the Arabian Eastern expedition would be swept away. Don't get careless. Until the Tang dynasty is truly defeated, even if we have the absolute advantage, we can't underestimate the enemy. Are the deaths of the terrorizer and destroyer not enough to prove the problem? Abu Muslim said, but his expression was abnormally calm, not the slightest hint of pride on his face. A ripple of emotion appeared in Abu Muslim's eyes as he scanned the corpses of the 2 behemoths. Both the terrorizer and destroyer were extremely powerful existences in Arabia, and they had destroyed countless enemies and cities. But who could have imagined that these powerful existences would suffer a crushing defeat at Talas, dying at the hands of these infidels? Far too many inconceivable things had happened to the Tang dynasty, especially that young commander. Thus, Abu Muslim did not dare to be the slightest bit careless until the battle was won. In addition, the 2 giant ballistae had still not been destroyed. Harassing the enemy army and breaking them from within was important, but to Abu Muslim, destroying the 2 giant ballistae was far more important. What's the situation with Gharib Hassam? As the leader of the sky-quaking army, he should be taking action soon, Abu Muslim said. The order has already been passed on. Gharib Hassam should have already received the news. If everything goes as expected, he should be taking action very soon, Deputy Governor Ziyad sincerely said. Deputy Governor Ziyad sincerely said. Although the sky-quaking giants were powerful, the upper echelon of the Arab army tended to look down on them because they were not very intelligent. But Ziyad clearly had a different attitude toward the sky-quaking army's commander, Gharib Hassam. Pass on my order. Have him speed up. Abu Muslim said. Yes. Ziyad waved a hand behind him, and an Arab messenger quickly turned and left. Chapter 974. As the war drums rumbled, another bustling scene was taking place at the ends of the earth. Towering sky-quaking giants were gathered together, and between them were 8 massive bronze catapults. Each of these bronze catapults was 50 to 60 meters tall. They were sturdy and heavy, weighing at least 60 to 70,000 pounds. Release! 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 In front of the 8 bronze catapults, the commander of the sky-quaking army furiously bellowed out orders. Thunderous booms rang out as one sky-quaking giant after another was fired like cannonballs. Damn it! You useless things, you can't even do something as simple as this. A furious roar of the heaven-shaking step came from the side, and then a massive muscular hand like the roots of an old tree reached out and pushed the powerful sky-quaking giant commander to the side. In front of this massive hand, the powerful sky-quaking giant commander seemed too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. All the busy sky-quaking giants around him fell silent out of fear, obediently lowering their heads and standing to the side like children who had made a mistake. Rumble! It was at this moment that a gigantic foot stomped down from the side. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and the ground shook violently as if it were about to split open. Leader! The surrounding giants didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, their heads hanging down to their waist. They appeared both respectful and fearful. Bang! After a series of loud footsteps, the owner of that palm finally appeared in front of everyone. This was a giant 27 or 28 meters tall, his body extremely muscular. His arms were as thick as the thighs of the other giants, and the strength surging through his body far surpassed that of any other giant. In front of this giant, the other giants truly were like children. Gharib Hassam, the commander of the sky-quaking army. In Arabic, this name represented victory and invincibility. He was an undefeatable giant, and the Caliph of the Arabian Empire called him the Wrath of God. Gharib Hassam was different from the other giant. Despite his massive size, he was extremely intelligent. More importantly, before Gharib Hassam had participated in the giant army experiments, he had been an extremely outstanding Arab general. His loyalty to the Caliph and his extraordinary talent for battle had made him deeply respected in the Arabian Empire. The Caliph had even forged a golden belt for him to symbolize his status as the commander of the sky-quaking army. However, at that moment Gharib Hassam was extremely furious. Useless thing. Trash. 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 Gharib Hassam kept cursing. He had long ago made an agreement with the Arab army. If the giants of the sky-quaking army succeeded in their objective, disrupting the Tang dynasty's defense line and destroying the two giant ballistae, the Arab army would send a signal. But now, more than 200 sky-quaking giants had been launched by the bronze catapults, and yet there was still no signal. It was clear that the two giant ballistae had not been destroyed. To the conceited and arrogant Gharib Hassam, this was a disgrace. Hussein, Tilak, just what are you two bastards doing? Why haven't you been able to hit those two giant ballistae after so many times? Can't you do something as simple as this? Gharib Hassam was extremely tall, his height of 27 or 28 meters allowing him to clearly see what was going on in the distance and where the two giant ballistae were. Gharib Hassam found it intolerable that so many catapults had failed to hit the two giant ballistae. Leader, the bronze catapults have very poor accuracy. We've already done our best to accurately hit the two defense lines. It's basically impossible for us to accurately hit those two giant ballistae. One of them, a 22-meter-tall giant called Hussein by Gharib Hassam, defended himself. Boom! Just as the giant finished speaking, what welcomed him was a heavy iron fist. The enormous power sent him flying into the air. Useless thing, get out of my way. I'll tell you right now that there's nothing in this world that can't be done. A bunch of trash. Gharib Hassam pushed aside the two commanders and sat down on one of the bronze catapult. His eyes were fixed forward as he began to personally adjust the direction. Two more giants, pull the bowstrings. Increase the strength. Increase the load to the maximum. This time, none of you are allowed to move. I'll adjust the direction myself. Gharib Hassam roared as he took the lead. 30 zhang, 50 zhang. Gharib Hassam commanded the sky-quaking giants to pull the bowstrings back. The two tough and flexible bowstrings slowly tightened, creaking as they approached their limit. Release. After an unknown period of time, when the heavy bronze catapult's string finally reached its limit under the pull of a dozen tall giants, Gharib Hassam gave the order to fire without hesitation. Rumble! With an earth-shattering rumble, Gharib Hassam, along with the tens of thousands of tons of airflow around him, shot into the sky like a cannonball. With a speed much faster than any previous launch, he shot into the sky and quickly disappeared into the depths of the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. It was only at this moment that a deafening rumble came from the void. In the distance, as the skyquaking army was slowly being hindered and their assault was in a stalemate, the sound of a falling meteor came from overhead. This time, it was much louder and sharper than any of the previous times. The screech of the meteor as it scraped against the air was so sharp that it almost tore the eardrums of everyone on the battlefield. Wang Chang's heart thumped as an extreme sense of danger welled up in his mind. He could sense that a massive meteor was descending from the heavens with unprecedented speed. Compared to this meteor, the speed at which the skyquaking giants were descending seemed insignificant, like a turtle trying to catch up to a rabbit. Bzzz. Wang Chang's eyes scanned the sky, and with a single glance, Wang Chong locked onto the source of that shrill screech. It was a golden-red meteor, nearly 3 times the size of the other meteors, and it was falling with incredible speed. From the moment Wang Chong heard the screech to when he raised his head to lock onto the meteor, it was already less than 100 zhang from the defense line. At this distance, everyone could feel a strong visual impact and pressure. More importantly, everyone could feel a vast destructive power from this huge golden-red meteorite. Not good. When he saw where the golden-red meteor was going to land, Wang Chang's body trembled and his face paled. "Lord Protector General, I leave this to you," Wang Chong roared as he charged toward the 2 giant ballistae. "Milord!" But the moment Wang Chong turned, he heard a panicked voice from behind him. Xue Qianli looked at Wang Chong in panic. At the same time, Qing Qianli's panicked voice exploded in his ear. "Everyone, get ready!" Wang Chong's heart trembled, and before he could react, he could hear the rumbling of heavy footsteps that had suddenly sped up. Wang Chong grimaced and turned his head. A moment later, he saw that the mountainous behemoth was speeding toward the defense line. It was less than 200 zhang from the defense line. Wang Chong grimaced as he finally understood why Xue Qianli had called out to him and why Qing Qianli's voice was tinged with danger. The Arabs had actually accelerated their attacks and launched an all-out assault. In front of them were the 4 terrifying behemoths and the Arab army, and behind them were the King of Giants and the Skyquaking army. The 100,000 Tang dynasty reinforcements were in an unprecedented perilous situation. Wang Chang's footsteps came to a screeching halt as he found it difficult to advance or retreat. "Banahan!" In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong only had time to call out one person's name. However, this small delay was enough to determine the outcome of the golden-red meteorite in the sky. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking explosion as the golden-red meteor smashed into one of the giant ballistae. The massive impact instantly pulverized the giant ballista into countless parts and sent the surrounding ballista soldiers flying like they were made of paper. "Ha ha ha, burn for me!" A frenzied laughter, brimming with the desire to destroy, came from the center of the explosion. At the same time, a terrifying burst of stellar energy exploded a second time, sending the surrounding ballista parts, rocks, dirt, and even the surrounding ballista soldiers flying even further away. In the thick cloud of dust and the shock waves of the explosion, everyone could clearly see a massive skyquaking giant rising from where the giant ballista had been, its 27-meter-tall body leaving everyone deeply stunned. "Burn to ashes for me!" While everyone was reeling in shock, Garib Hassam did not stop. With a wave of his hand, a group of charging Tang dynasty cavalry was immediately struck. The fiery red stellar energy was so tyrannical that it seemed to have a life of its own. It seeped through the chinks in their armor and into their bodies, fiercely burning them. Tongues of fire even spewed out of their ears, eyes, and nostrils. Chapter 975. Whoosh! Everyone in the surroundings was aghast. The mercenaries from the western regions turned pale and retreated in panic. Even the surrounding Tang dynasty cavalry couldn't help but show a hint of fear. Every battle was a massive meat grinder, and when this meat grinder began to move, countless people would die, whether on the enemy side or on their own side. As soldiers, all of them were prepared to die on the battlefield, but none of them had expected to die like this. No one had ever been like this giant before, relying solely on their own stellar energy to burn their opponents to ash. This kind of death was too terrifying and mournful, enough to make one's heart tremble. Boom! A massive foot stomped down as Garib Hassam successfully destroyed a giant ballista. With a savage laugh, he stepped over the remains of the giant ballista and charged toward the second and final giant ballista. If he could destroy this giant ballista, the skyquaking army's mission would be complete. Stop him! The soldiers had clearly sensed this danger as well. All of the soldiers next to the last giant ballista charged at Garib Hassam with no regard for their own safety. At the same time, the ballista soldiers around the second giant ballista hurriedly adjusted their ballistae, hoping to use the power of the giant ballista to kill the king of giants. Although the giant ballistae were powerful, their inflexibility showed itself at this moment. The two giant ballistae weren't far from each other, and they had been shooting out of the defensive line this entire time. With Garib Hassam descending from the sky and destroying the first giant ballista, it was practically impossible for the ballista soldiers to adjust their aim and fire at Garib Hassam at such a close distance. A bunch of ignorant ants! In front of me, you are insignificant! Garib Hassam's furious roar was like a peal of thunder that resounded over their heads. Rumble! Garib Hassam punched out, sending shockwaves in all directions. Several dozen Tang cavalrymen didn't even have time to scream before they were incinerated along with their horses by the scorching flames. Boom! After this punch, Garib Hassam followed up with a kick. In the blink of an eye, several dozen Tang dynasty reinforcements had been turned to ash. With just one punch and one kick, the dense ranks of soldiers charging at Garib Hassam were instantly emptied. The giant commander of the skyquaking army no longer had any obstructions. Bzzz. All the ballista soldiers turned ashen. If the last giant ballista was destroyed by this giant, the Great Tang's defeat would be assured. Just as Garib Hassam was rejoicing and preparing to rush over and destroy the last giant ballista, there was a flash of light as a figure appeared in front of the second giant ballista, blocking Garib Hassam's path. All of you, get out of the way! Leave this giant to me! The King Gonka's expression was cold as he glared at Garib Hassam, his body seething with energy and a thick killing intent. Not far from him, the red-bearded giant had collapsed to the ground, blood flowing out of his body, making the King Gonka seem even more powerful. In this battle between humans and giants, the King Gonka had used overwhelming strength to defeat the red-bearded giant and even kill him. But not even the King Gonka had expected that a moment of carelessness would cause his side to lose a giant ballista. At this moment, the King Gonka's rage soared to the heavens. Let me try you! Without the slightest hesitation, the one to attack was not Garib Hassam, but the King Gonka. Bright fist of massacre! In a flash of light, an enormous energy burst out of the King Gonka's body. In a flash, countless fists layered over each other, transforming into a massive mountain that smashed toward the 27-meter-tall Garib Hassam. The bright fist of massacre grew stronger the stronger it met. The red-bearded giant had already fallen to his iron fists, and this time, the King Gonka was using this fist technique to deal with the giant commander. Come at me! Garib Hassam's heart burned with rage when he saw the corpse of the nearby red-bearded giant. Without the slightest hesitation, a majestic wave of stellar energy erupted from Garib Hassam's body, transforming into a vicious fist that smashed toward the King Gonka. Rumble! No one knew how many times the King Gonka had punched, nor how many times Garib Hassam, the commander of the skyquaking army, had countered. All the onlookers could see was a boundless sea of fire erupting into the air, clashing with the fist images of the King Gonka's bright fist of massacre. Bang! The sea of fire dissipated. Garib Hassam stood unmoving, while the King Gonka flipped through the air and crashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His face was slightly pale, but he had not been burned to ash as everyone had imagined. Human, you truly are somewhat powerful. But no matter how powerful you are still no match for me. Garib Hassam glared at the King Gonka, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Bang! He stomped his foot, and before the King Gonka could react, something happened that left everyone dumbfounded. The air trembled, and steel clanged. Within Garib Hassam's body, an unprecedented war halo appeared, black, red, and gold. It exploded out from his body, rapidly expanding, supporting his feet. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. In this world, it was already unprecedented for a warrior's war halo to reach a radius of 5 meters. This also meant that this war halo had reached a terrifying range of 10 meters. But the halo beneath Garib Hassam's feet had a radius of 30 meters. This terrifying range was unimaginable to any martial artist. But this was not the most shocking thing to the crowd. War halo. This giant actually has the power of a halo. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. For them, it was already hard to imagine that a 27 or 28-meter tall giant could actually use martial arts and stellar energy. What was even more shocking was that this giant also had a war halo. And a major characteristic of a war halo was that it could support all the members of an army. This thought caused even the King Gonka to grimace. Buzz. A moment later, black, red, and gold war halos began to spread out from Garib Hassam's feet, quickly covering the entire battlefield and supporting the feet of every skyquaking giant. Under the effect of these 3 halos, all the giants seemed to be aided by the gods, madly roaring and bellowing as their auras soared and their already terrifying strength swelled. Ah! It's Milord's halo. Energized, the giants roared and began to madly attack the Tang dynasty reinforcements. The skyquaking halo. This was the only war halo of the skyquaking army, a power the Arabian Empire had inherited from that ancient civilization. It was the only halo that had an effect on all the giants, strengthening their strength and defense. Boom! In the distance, a skyquaking giant swung his arm, and the 7 members of the Scythe team who had been able to suppress him felt a powerful backlash. The 7 of them had originally been able to rely on the power of the formation to firmly suppress him, but now they felt like they could no longer hold him back. Careful! The 7 of them hurriedly focused their minds and focused on dealing with him. But on the battlefield, the one who had received the greatest boost in strength was the commander of the skyquaking army, Garib Hassam. The moment the skyquaking halo appeared, his energy began to swell with astonishing speed, reaching an astonishing level. The Gonka king's heart sank as he saw Garib Hassam's aura undergo a heaven-toppling transformation. Take another punch from me. Garib Hassam's eyes flashed with cold light, and a massive fist wrapped in fiery flames smashed down on the King Gonka. Boom! The King Gonka failed to block this blow. Even his bright fist of slaughter, which was several times his strength, could not stop Garib Hassam's heavy blow. With a grunt and a flash of flame, the King Gonka was sent flying. But just when Garib Hassam was preparing to kill the King Gonka and destroy the last giant ballista, he glanced behind him, and the commander of the giant army instantly paled. Bastard! You dare! Garib Hassam's eyes widened as his entire body exploded with a tsunami of rage and killing intent. As it turned out, before being sent flying by Garib Hassam, the King Gonka had used stellar energy to envelop the giant ballista and the nearby ballista soldiers, pushing them away like flowing water. And in the direction that the giant ballista had been pushed, a powerful figure, covered in roiling flames like a blazing sun, was rushing over. King Gonka, I've come to help you. That sonorous voice was still echoing in the sky. Banahan, the chief of the Farahan tribe, cast the great fire crow spell and crashed into the arms of the mountain-like, majestic, and powerful Garib Hassam like a shooting star. Boom! Boom! In an instant, an earth-shaking explosion and a deafening boom were heard. Unparalleled airflow condensed and swept in all directions. When the airflow swept across the ground, it produced a steel-like sound. Chapter 976. King Gonka, go protect the giant ballista. I'll deal with this giant. Banahan's loud voice could be heard ringing out of the battlefield as the roiling flames devoured the sea. As the commander of the skyquaking army, Garib Hassam's stellar energy had always been infused with the power of fire, and it was extremely tyrannical. Banahan's great fire crow art was a renowned fire element art of the western regions, and after receiving Wang Chong's guidance, Banahan's strength had reached a new level. In terms of fire element arts, probably only Banahan could contend against the King of Giants. Okay. The Gonka King's eyes flashed, and without the slightest hesitation, he shot toward the second giant ballista. The intensity of the clash between the two was too intense, and a fire on the city gate was a disaster for the fish in the moat. He had to think of a way to move the last giant ballista away from the battlefield. If possible, he could use this giant ballista to help Banahan deal with the King of Giants. But the danger was far from resolved. All the giants were roaring and charging toward the giant ballista. Even the King of Giants, Garib Hassam, was attempting to circle around Banahan and destroy the giant ballista. The King Gonka had to focus all his attention on defending the last sliver of hope for the Tang dynasty. In the distance, in front of the first defense line, Wang Chong was facing a far more dangerous situation than the King Gonka and Banahan. Rumble! The quaking of the earth grew more and more pronounced, and the armor of the tens of thousands of Tang cavalry and soldiers began to clatter and clatter. The atmosphere on the battlefield was growing tenser and tenser. The four behemoths were accelerating their assault, and the 200,000 Arab soldiers were getting closer and closer. The battle was finally about to begin. Wang Chong, Wang Yan, get ready. Gao Xianji finally opened his mouth when he saw the approaching enemy troop. The behemoths were extremely powerful, and once they got past the defense line, the army would immediately suffer grievous casualties. The four of them had to act and stop the four behemoths. Clang! As soon as Gao Xianji finished his words, he unsheathed his longsword. A sharp aura pierced through the air and locked onto a mountain-like beast. Next to Gao Xianji, the ground shook, and with a flash of light, power gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic heavenly deity rose from the ground. Qing Qianli swiftly brought out the supreme desolation heavenly god. A gigantic heavenly deity stood in front of the defensive line. Countless chains slithered and coiled around his body, emitting a metallic clanging sound. Qing Qianli reached out with one hand and grabbed a steel chain in his hand. He looked forward with a solemn expression. Mighty miracle god formation! Almost at the same time, Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, released a furious roar. His body quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into an enormous heavenly deity. He was calm and dignified, standing at Qing Qianli's side. The three of them were on high alert. After 2 battles against the behemoths, the three of them were rather exhausted and no longer in peak condition. However, whether it was Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli or Wang Yan, none of them cowered in the slightest. The three of them stood there like cornerstones, the source of the confidence of the entire army. This won't do. The mood was tense to the extreme. Standing on Gao Xianji's right, Wang Chong felt an unprecedented danger as he looked at the three. In their current state, the three of them were simply incapable of fighting against the behemoth army and the 200,000 Arab soldiers. I have to find a way to deal with the behemoth army. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, and countless thoughts were flitting through his mind. The behemoth army was not an invincible existence. Wang Chong was well aware of this. Otherwise, the Arabian Empire would have long ago used the behemoth army to conquer the world. But such a thing had never happened before. Not only that, from the intelligence reports that Wang Chong had gathered, the Caliph of the Arabian Empire was extremely cautious in using the behemoth army. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never use it. On the surface, one could think that the Caliph was either treating this army with great importance, or that there was no worthy opponent. But as the illustrious war saint of his last life, Wang Chong knew that this was not the truth. Just what is it? What is the weakness of the behemoth army? Wang Chong mentally muttered to himself. The earth quaked as the heavy footsteps of the behemoths pressed an invisible pressure on Wang Chong. There wasn't much time left, and Wang Chong was well aware that the strength of Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli was far from enough. He had to find a way to deal with the four behemoths. Only then could he truly resolve this crisis. Wang Chong, hurry and call back the Wushang cavalry. Gao Xianji's anxious voice exploded in front of the defense line. The Godking Yama formation required the power of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. With the battle imminent, Wang Chong had to call back all the Wushang cavalry, but once he did, the soldiers of the Skyquaking army would have no one left to fight back. For a moment, Wang Chong was caught between a rock and a hard place. 180 zhang, 160 zhang, 140 zhang. As the distance grew smaller and smaller, a cloud of dust crashed against the first defense line. Wang Chong's heart was thumping, the scent of death following him like a shadow. The lives of 100,000 soldiers, the thousands of li of the western regions, and the hundreds of thousands of civilians, several thousand li from Talas, all rested on Wang Chong's shoulders. At that moment, Wang Chong felt a suffocating pressure. Time seemed to slow down countless times, and Wang Chong could see the anxious movements of Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli, their mouths opening and closing as they called out his name. In the distance, the behemoths were howling madly in a cloud of dust. Wang Chong could even see their fangs gleaming with cold light as they opened their mouths. The breath they exhaled was carried by the wind through the air and buffeted Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong could smell the thick stench in the air. What weakness? What is it? Wang Chong's mind was rapidly turning. But a moment later, a massive beast's paw slammed into the ground, causing the earth to crack open and countless stones to explode in every direction. The massive boom immediately brought Wang Chong's attention back to reality. "My lord! Careful! Prepare to attack!" Panic reigned behind the first defense line, and panicked shouts resounded through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The rain of spears and arrows began to adjust their direction, aiming at the four behemoths and the Arab army. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were less than 80 zhang apart. Release. Behind the first defense line, 1,000 Tang Dynasty ballistae fired in unison. In a flash, 1,000 black ballista bolts flew like locusts toward the heads of the four behemoths. More than half of the Tang Dynasty's ballistae had been transferred to deal with the skyquaking giant. Only these 1,000-some Tang Dynasty ballistae were left to deal with the behemoth. Clang, clang, clang. But with a metallic clatter, the 1,000-some ballista bolts struck the heads of the behemoths, but they were all blocked by a layer of tough armor. It's useless. The Reaper, Devotee, Burning One, and Consecrated are all equipped with the toughest metal essence of the Arabian Empire. 1,000 tons of the finest steel can only be refined into half a kilogram of metal essence. Tens of millions of tons of refined metal were used to forge the armor of these four behemoths. No weapon can pierce through this tough metal essence armor. Mazel stood in the rear of the army, his centipede monster beneath him. He inwardly sneered as he watched the Tang Dynasty ballista bolts raining down from the sky. Whether it was man or animal, the head was a vital point for almost all living creatures. This was also the case for the behemoth. As long as one was a normal person, it would not be difficult to judge this. In history, there had been some enemy marshals, war gods, or legendary heroes who had tried to use this point to attack the heads of the behemoths, but the majority had failed, with only a small number of them having managed to wound the behemoth. It was precisely because of these experiences that the behemoth army had long ago considered this point. Mazel had long ago come up with the idea of forging armor for the heads of the behemoth. The metal essence armor had come into being as a result. This kind of armor was tough and dense. Even the most formidable of sabers and swords would find it difficult to wound it, making it the ideal armor for the behemoths. But metal essence was far too precious. Even the Arabian Empire had only been able to forge 4 sets of armor. Although there were many powerful opponents, none of them could pose a fatal threat to the behemoths, so the plan had been put on hold. Mazel had never imagined that he would encounter such a powerful foe in the distant Talas and kill 3 of the behemoths. But his original plan had proved effective. The 4 behemoths equipped with metal essence armor were virtually invincible on the battlefield. Not even the giant ballistae had been able to threaten these 4 strongest behemoths. Buzz! Mazel swiftly formed a series of seals, once more adjusting the direction of the 4 behemoths and the distance between them. Then, he had his centipede monster burrow into the ground and vanish. Release! Without the slightest hesitation, a second wave of 1,000 ballistae arrived. This time, the focus of the attack was still on the heads of the 4 behemoths, but many of the ballista bolts were aimed at the bodies of the behemoth. Clang clang clang. As expected, all the ballista bolts aimed at the heads were blocked by the metal essence armor, but all the ballista bolts aimed at the bodies of the behemoths succeeded. Hundreds of long black crossbow bolts pierced into the bodies of the 4 giant beasts, leaving behind beehive-like holes on the surface of their bodies. Then, they quickly entered the bodies of the giant beast. Chapter 977. 70 feet. 60 feet. The 2 sides were getting closer and closer. After one wave of attacks after another, the behemoths finally began their counterattack. Bang! With a roar, a fiery red lizard-like behemoth was the first to attack. It opened its mouth and spat out a thick, almost tangible flame, like boiling lava, at the Tang defense line over a distance of several dozen zhang. The Burning One. This was the first behemoth created by the Arabian Empire with a special ability. The entire plan had taken a very long time. In order to raise this behemoth, the Arabian Empire had expended a vast amount of resources, using special medicines to raise it, and then mobilizing more than 10,000 fire element experts of varying strength to pour fire element energy into the lizard-like behemoth from a young age. After 6 years of constant nurturing, this powerful Burning One was finally born. Whoosh! These flames had come so suddenly that they had been caught completely unprepared. Their impression of the behemoths was that they relied on their massive bodies and terrifying strength to fight. Thus, when the Burning One spewed out flames, they were caught off guard. Aya! Screams filled the air as countless shield men and infantry were set ablaze, transforming into massive balls of fire. The flames were so intense that even the steel walls and the shields of the shield men were scorched red, smoke rising from their bodies. Careful! An anxious shout echoed throughout the entire defensive line. Before the voice faded away, a deafening roar was heard. Of the 4 behemoths, a white bear behemoth bared its white fangs and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, it had broken free from the 4 behemoths and was charging at the first defense line. 40 feet. 20 feet. This white bear behemoth was so fast that even Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli grimaced. Stop them! With no time to speak, Gao Xianji roared and charged out from behind the defense line. Boom! In the instant that it charged out, Gao Xianji flicked his wrist, and a majestic sword qi shot out with unparalleled sharpness. It was 20 to 30 meters long, and it slashed towards the fiery red lizard-like beast. Buzz! In a flash of light, the Burning One's flames were cut in 2 by Gao Xianji. His boundless sword qi swept through the air, instantly vanquishing the terrifying flames. As a protector general of the Anxi Protectorate Army, Gao Xianji had reached the pinnacle of combat. He had chosen the perfect moment and angle to strike, using the smallest amount of force to neutralize the flames of the Burning One. Bang! At almost the same time, Vice Protector General Cheng Qianli roared and transformed into the supreme desolation god. With a single step, he crossed the first defense line and faced the 10-meter-tall sandstorm as he charged at the white bear behemoth. Whoosh! Before man and beast could even make contact, Cheng Qianli flicked his wrist, and 10 chains of stellar energy shot forward as if they had a life of their own, wrapping themselves around the mouth, limbs, and body of the white bear behemoth. Come! Cheng Qianli roared furiously. His hair and beard fluttered as he fiercely collided with the white bear-like beast. Boom! Stellar energy overflowed in all directions, and surging sand and dust shot out. Under the support of the stellar energy, the sand and dust were like flying iron sand, emitting waves of ear-piercing whistles. As Cheng Qianli attacked, a massive figure brushed past Cheng Qianli. Wang Chang's father, Wang Yin, had also attacked. Rumble! There was a heaven-shaking boom as the mighty miracle god clashed with another behemoth 30-some zhang away. The earth between them suddenly split open, a long and winding fissure rapidly expanding, piercing right through the Great Tang's first defense line. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Micure. Translated by Ciencia World. Under the impact of this force, 7 or 8 huge steel walls immediately fell apart and were blasted away. Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, and Wang Yan, these 3 supreme commanders of the Tang dynasty, had all attacked. Roar! There was a heaven-shaking roar as the final giant ape charged at the first defense line, stirring up a cloud of dust. Careful! The rear of the defense line was in a state of panic, and with a metallic clatter, more than 1,000 Tang ballistae began to attack. Tens of thousands of ballista bolts rained down on that fiendish behemoth. But in the howling winds, a black ape arm as thick as a mountain swept through the air, swatting away at least half of the ballista bolt. The collision of the ape arm with the ballista bolts produced a metallic clatter. Of the several hundred ballista bolts, only 10 or 20 managed to penetrate the giant ape's body. The rest were blocked by a tough layer of material and dropped to the ground. The consecrated. This was one of the strongest behemoths of the Arabian Empire's behemoth army. Not only did it possess immense strength, it also possessed a body of bronze and bones of steel, giving it a defense far greater than that of any other behemoth. This ability had appeared on its own as the behemoth matured, as if it had been blessed by a god. Thus, it was called the consecrated. The consecrated rarely participated in wars, but when they did, there was basically nothing that could stop them. Although it couldn't breathe fire like the burning one, in terms of pure strength, no behemoth in the behemoth army could compare to the consecrated. Release! 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 At the first defense line, the armored Chen Bin stared grimly at the giant ape in front of him. He swung down his 3-foot-long Wut's steel sword as he shouted at the top of his lungs. This giant ape's defense was far too astonishing, completely different from the behemoths from before. Although the ballista bolts hadn't been able to deal much damage to the behemoths, they had at least been able to penetrate their bodies, but they had been completely ineffective against this giant ape. The Tang dynasty ballistae could pierce through plate armor several feet thick, but they were useless against this giant ape. Roar! With a roar, the mountain-like giant ape kept approaching. 60 feet, 30 feet. Boom! A black, furry foot suddenly stomped down on the tall steel defense line. The extremely sturdy and thick steel wall, 3 to 4 meters tall, was like a small piece of paper beneath the ape's foot. It quickly twisted and deformed, and then was smashed into the ground with a bang. Boom! The giant foot landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The powerful shockwave sent all the soldiers within a radius of several dozen feet flying like fallen leaves. However, before anyone could react, the sky darkened in the next moment. A furry giant black ape clenched its 5 fingers and immediately smashed towards the ground at lightning speed. Not good. Run! The warhorses neighed in fear, and the Tang soldiers behind the defense line stared at that massive ape palm, all of them feeling extremely insignificant and panic-stricken. At this moment, all of them could sense the thick stench of death. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Micur Hoofbeats. Dust billowed as everyone fled in all directions. But compared to the giant ape's speed and power, they were still too slow. Out of the way! Seeing that the group of people was about to be crushed into meat paste by the giant ape's power, a loud roar resounded through the void in a flash. In a flash, a violent wave of stellar energy surged out like a raging river. It enveloped the cavalry under the ape's palm and ruthlessly flung them in all directions. At this critical moment, Wang Chong had finally come to his senses and struck. Bzzz. The wind howled, but few people noticed that the moment Wang Chong struck, Wang Chong had also flung out a black object. Boom! The mountainous ape's palm landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and sand behind the defense line. But almost at the same time that the ape's palm landed, the giant ape let out a shocking scream. In that instant, everyone could clearly see a long awl piercing out from the back of the giant ape's palm. In a flash, Wang Chong had thrown out his 10-meter-long cudgel, aiming its sharp tip at the giant ape's palm. In normal circumstances, this awl-shaped cudgel should not have been able to pierce through the giant ape's palm, but the giant ape's enormous strength had allowed the sharp end of the cudgel to pierce through its palm. The pain was so intense that the consecrated, the strongest member of the behemoth army, couldn't help but raise its head to the sky and howl. "Everyone, get back!" Wang Chong roared as he charged forward. The Wushang cavalry could not be recalled, and the last Arabian behemoth could not be left unattended. Wang Chong could only rely on himself. Clang! Wang Chong unsheathed his sword, his body twisting like a bolt of lightning as he charged at the terrifying and savage giant ape. Ping! He stepped on the giant ape's pierced palm and quickly flew towards the giant ape's furry arm. His speed was extremely fast, and after a few breaths, his left foot pushed off the giant ape's arm, and he shot off again. Art of God and Demon Obliteration. As he galloped along the giant ape's body, Wang Chong immediately used the world's #1 sword art taught to him by the Tang dynasty's war god So Yong-sun. Chapter 978. In a flash, sword chi crisscrossed the air, milky white beams of sword chi more than 100 feet long, more dazzling than the sun, piercing through the giant ape's body. In an instant, the giant ape's fur was sent flying. Thin lines of blood appeared on the giant ape's mountainous arm, and a putrid stench of blood spurted out from the wound. Wang Chong did not stop, leaving afterimages on the giant ape's arms as he shot toward the ape's head. Eyes. Their eyes must be their weakness. In a flash, Wang Chong glanced up at the sky. 2 scarlet eyes floated in the air like 2 giant lanterns. These were the eyes of the giant ape. Although the Arabs had used some kind of tough metal armor to cover the giant ape's head, the eyes could not be protected. This was the only place where one could attack the giant ape. Roar! The giant ape bellowed, its scarlet eyes instantly focused on Wang Chong, who was on its arm and rapidly sprinting away. Even though all humans were like fleas to the giant ape, there was no doubt that the giant ape would remember this flea that had injured it. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, the giant ape raised its other arm, spread open its fingers, and lunged at Wang Chong with lightning-fast speed. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong shot forward. By a hair's breadth, he had managed to pass through the giant ape's 5 fingers and shoot from its right arm to its left. Ping! His body leaped forward, and his speed did not slow down in the slightest. Like moving clouds and flowing water, he continued to charge along the surface of the giant ape's body toward its head. As he sprinted forward, the woozy steel sword in Wang Chong's hand continued to unleash tens of thousands of bolts of sword chi that slashed at the giant ape's body. Not even the ballistae of the Tang dynasty could pierce through the giant ape's body, but it could not stop Wang Chong's art of God and demon obliteration. But Wang Chong's weakness in his lack of cultivation was immediately exposed. If Su Zhengchen were to execute the art of God and demon obliteration, he would definitely be able to severely injure the giant ape. However, Wang Chong was still far from reaching that level. With his current level of mastery, his sword qi could only penetrate several qi into the giant ape's skin before coming to a halt. It was simply incapable of penetrating the tough and resilient defense beneath the giant ape's skin. Boom boom boom. Although Wang Chong's constant barrage of sword qi had not heavily injured the giant ape, the stinging pain had successfully enraged the consecrated. The giant ape roared, its scarlet eyes reflecting Wang Chong's image, their depths brimming with savagery and a desire to destroy. Without the slightest hesitation, the giant ape's two hairy palms, brimming with astonishing power, lashed at Wang Chong like a torrential storm. But at this moment Wang Chong was like a leaf, completely unaffected by any force. Although the giant ape's attacks seemed fierce, they were never able to truly land a blow on Wang Chong. Wang Chong was getting closer and closer to the behemoth's head. Just when Wang Chong was about to leap onto the giant ape's head, an invisible ripple suddenly swept through the air. A moment later, the situation changed. Bang! The giant ape, which had been in a frenzy and attacking like a headless fly, suddenly regained a sliver of calm in its eyes. And then, the unthinkable occurred. The giant ape clasped its palms together and heavily struck out. Roar! Accompanied by a world-shaking roar, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions with the giant ape at the center. The destructive power contained in the shockwave was so strong that a circle of visible white ripples could be seen in the void, spreading rapidly in all directions from far to near. What's going on here? Wang Chong was flabbergasted. He had carefully observed this behemoth before, and other than its astonishing strength, he had no other abilities. He had never imagined that just when he was about to leap onto the giant ape's head, this would happen. The behemoth possessed terrifying strength. As a top-class vicious beast, its strength was so immense that not even great generals could contend against it. Moreover, unlike the rhino-shaped behemoth, the destroyer, and the terrorizer, the consecrated was born in the form of a giant ape. Its arms were nimble, its body agile, and its fighting ability far superior. The combined strength of Wang Chong and Gao Xianji had not been enough to stop an ordinary behemoth, much less one of the top-class behemoths of Arabia. Although the giant ape didn't use any stellar energy, its astonishing strength was enough to shatter the heavens and sunder the earth. Not even a top-class great general could compare to it. Wang Chong still had not formed the God King Yama, so he was even less capable of fighting back. Thump! With no time to think, Wang Chong did a backflip and shot off the giant ape's body, landing on the ground. Bzzz. Wang Chong reacted quickly enough, but a white shockwave still brushed past him, clashing with Wang Chong's stellar energy. Bang! There was a massive explosion as Wang Chong's body trembled, the stellar energy around his body dimming, and his face paling. Bang! He was sent flying like a ragdoll. Marquis. On the ground, the expressions of Xue Qianjun, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Bufan, and the others changed drastically when they saw this scene. All of them seemed as if they'd suffered a heavy blow, and their faces instantly turned pale. Wang Chong was the leader of the army, the source of its morale. His injury was a massive blow to the army. Hurry, go save Marquis. Xue Qianjun and the others immediately rushed in the direction where Wang Chong had fallen. At this moment, the area around the giant ape had become a land of death. If one did not have enough strength, recklessly charging in would only result in death. But they had no time to worry about such things. But blessings did not come in pairs. Just as Xue Qianjun and the others rushed out, boom boom boom. At almost the same time, explosions rang out, accompanied by groans. In the blink of an eye, Xue Qianjun subconsciously turned his head to take a look. He saw two godlike figures and a tall, thin figure being sent flying by an even stronger force. Lord Gao, Vice Protector General Cheng, General Wang. Cries of alarm rang out as Xue Qianjun and all the other Tang dynasty soldiers who had seen this sight trembled in fear, their faces ashen. Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan were the stabilizing pillars of the Tang dynasty in Talas, the source of the army's morale. The reason the more than 100,000 Tang dynasty soldiers had been able to maintain their composure in the face of a pincer attack and an unprecedentedly powerful foe was because of these 4 imperial great generals. But no one expected that all 4 of them would be injured at this time. In a one-on-one fight, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, or Qing Qianli would find it impossible to stop the 4 behemoths alone. Roar! After sending 4 of the Tang dynasty's best commanders flying, the 4 behemoths were no longer hindered and smoothly charged into the Tang dynasty's defense line. Boom boom boom. Dust churned as one heavy steel wall after another was pushed to the ground, and the shock waves stirred up by the 4 behemoths sent countless surrounding soldiers flying like they were made of paper. Aya! Screams filled the air, and the great Tang had suffered grievous losses. Kill! The Arab soldiers were invigorated by this sight. These Arab soldiers had originally been following the behemoths, keeping a certain distance from them, not daring to get too close. But when they saw this, they immediately changed their strategy. Separating the distance of more than 100 zhang, they rushed past the behemoths and into the Tang dynasty's defense line. Release! 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 The more than 1,000 Tang dynasty ballistae had originally been firing at the 4 behemoths, but when they saw this sight, they paled and immediately adjusted their direction, shooting at the savage Arab soldiers beyond the defense line. Swish swish swish. Each ballista bolt was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of 7 or 8 Arab soldiers. But no matter how powerful the Tang dynasty ballistae were, they could not stop these red-eyed and murderous Arab soldiers. Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Wizang, it's about time for us to move out. On the high hills, Duwusili's hair blew in the wind as he gazed at the distant battlefield. The situation has changed. The Tang dynasty won't be able to last past today. Now is the best time for us to strike. The situation has changed. The Tang dynasty won't be able to last past today. Now is the best time for us to strike. Duwusili's eyes flashed as a majestic will to fight surged out of his body, stirring the air around him. The strength the Arabs had displayed was simply too powerful. As a top-class great general, Duwusili's desire to fight had also been stirred. Wait a little longer. There's no need to rush this matter. Daluan Ruozhen shook his head and suddenly said. His eyes were still extremely calm as he looked into the distance. Abu Muslim and Ziyad have still not moved. Now is not the best time to strike. Wait a little longer. Wait until the Tang dynasty has suffered grievous losses. At that time, it won't be too late for us to intervene. Duwusili said nothing, turning his gaze to Huashu Wizang and Dusong Mangpoj. His expression was as calm as a statue, and his eyes were fixed on the same person. It was clear that he was following Daluan Ruozhen's lead. Humph! With a cold snort, Duwusili flew into the air, and before anyone could react, he was already riding his mighty Turkic steed toward the rear of the great Tang army as if it were flat ground. Duwusili! Behind him, Huashu Wizang and Dusong Mangpoj both grimaced at this sight, and they subconsciously called out to him. But Duwusili was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he had left a cloud of dust in his wake. There's no need to persuade him. Don't you see that he's alone? He didn't bring a single Turkic soldier with him. Chapter 979. Duwusili was far smarter than many people imagined. Daluan Ruozhen wanted to preserve his strength, and Duwusili valued his soldiers even more than he did. Thus, despite his fierce words, Duwusili had no intention of sending his own soldiers. This could fool others, but not Daluan Ruozhen. The two of them stared at Duwusili's back in understanding. So Prime Minister already guessed that he would strike? Huashu Wizang said. Daluan Ruozhen only smiled. His gaze swept over the front of the battlefield, but as it passed over the distant defense line, a hint of gloominess appeared on his face. The Arabian Empire was simply too powerful. In this long-distance raid to the city of Talas, Dalawan Ruozan had originally believed that he and Wang Chong would have a decisive battle, a contest of strategy, and tactics. In this world, both Dalawan Ruozan and Wang Chong were top-class tacticians, and those who could compete with them were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. This was a contest between the wise, and Dalawan Ruozan had been very much looking forward to it. Day and night in the Uzan royal capital's prison, Dalawan Ruozan had not waited for a single moment for this moment to arrive. But it was now apparent that this wish was destined to come to naught. The strength the Arabian Empire had displayed was far too enormous. This sort of strength suppressed all tactics, strategies, and schemes, rendering all schemes useless. Even someone as proud and conceited as Dalawan Ruozan couldn't help but feel fear and apprehension. Only the Tang dynasty and Wang Chong could last so long under such fierce attacks. Any other faction, not even the Uzan Empire or the Western Turkic Khaganate, would have been able to last so long. It's a pity that the Tang dynasty is destined to fail. Although I cannot defeat you in person to fulfill my long-cherished wish, it is enough for me to witness your death and watch your last journey. Dalawan Ruozan sighed deeply. He knew that Wang Chong's fate truly did not bode well. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Dalawan Ruozan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret at seeing Wang Chong die at the hands of the Arabs. Kill! In front of the defense line in the distance, the battle cries were deafening. The situation that the 100,000 troops of the Tang dynasty were facing was much more dangerous and perilous than anyone had imagined. Kill these heathens! Tens of thousands of Arab cavalry surged past the defense line and into the Tang dynasty rank. In the past, the Arabs would have had to pay a heavy price to cross this defense line, but now large gaps had appeared in the Tang dynasty's defense line, and the orderly and well-fortified Tang dynasty phalanxes were in shambles under the charge of the behemoths. Warning! The battle is about to be lost. 20,000 Tang dynasty soldiers have died. Warning! The battle is about to be lost. Talas is about to be lost. User is about to be obliterated. Final warning! If the battle is lost, all users' destiny energy will be erased. At the same time, all users' imprints will be erased. A series of callous and emotionless voices rang out in Wang Chong's mind. The terrifying white shockwaves of the giant ape sent Wang Chong plummeting several hundred zhang away like a ragdoll. The wind howled on both sides and the airflow surged. Countless lights and shadows flew past his ears, and at that moment, time seemed to slow down countless times. Wang Chong's head was down, and he could see the entire battlefield. He could see the roaring sky-quaking giants striding toward the last giant ballista, and he could also see the chaos of the Tang dynasty army. As he looked closer, Wang Chong could see countless cavalry fleeing in panic, some from the Tang dynasty and others from the mercenaries. All of them had pale faces and panic in their eyes. The four giant beasts had completely destroyed everyone's confidence. Roar! The behemoths roared, and as his gaze followed the fleeing cavalry, Wang Chong saw an endless sea of red. Severed limbs littered the earth, human corpses, horse corpses, countless pairs of eyes weakly staring up at the sky. And beneath these severed limbs, Wang Chong could see rivers and lakes of blood flowing in all directions. Thousands upon thousands of broken weapons and halberds were thrust into the ground, their banners stained red as they were trampled under the feet of the Arab soldiers. Further ahead, near the first defense line, Wang Chong could see the devastation of the battlefield. The eyes of the other three behemoths were scarlet, and their massive paws and feet blotted out the sun as they smashed down again and again. The attacks of these three behemoths caused even the sturdiest ground of Talas to crack, and boulders weighing 1,000 jin were thrown 10 some zhang into the air by the shock waves of the explosions. In the face of such ferocious power, the strength of a human was far too petty and insignificant. This was not something that any shield soldier or cavalry could contend against. This was the place where the Tang dynasty soldiers had suffered the most casualties. Even Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and his father Wang Yan had been sent flying. Wang Chong could see that they were frantically trying to say something to him, but Wang Chong could hear nothing. He could only see the endless corpses on the ground and the despairing and lifeless eyes of the dead. In that instant, a boundless pain surged into his heart. Am I about to fail? As a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, Wang Chong's heart trembled, and the pain made it hard for him to breathe. Soldiers were the Tao of life and death, the principle of survival and destruction. It was common sense for a general to die on the battlefield. Wang Chong had originally believed that other than victory, reversing the desperate tide, changing the fate of Talas, and saving the Tang dynasty, he could ignore everything else, calmly view them all. But when he saw the corpses strewn across the ground, especially the corpses of the soldiers, Wang Chong was able to recognize them, even recognize their names. Some of these people had followed him from the southwest and had never retreated a single step. They had absolute faith in him, even more faith in him than in himself, but in the end they had died here. An intense electric current ran from his toes to his hair. Wang Chong's entire body trembled as he felt a pain that came from the depths of his soul. These were the strongest soldiers he had raised. They should not have died here. He had prepared for at least half a year for this battle. 3,000 Tang dynasty ballistae, 5,000 elite Wushang cavalry armed to the teeth, and many mercenaries and well-trained protectorate soldiers. This battle should have been a complete victory. Just what had gone wrong? It shouldn't have been like this. It definitely shouldn't have been like this. Countless thoughts flew through his mind. Wang Chong's eyes were wide open as he clenched his fists. The Tang dynasty's defense line had already been broken, and the steel defense line that he had personally set up was useless. Even though they had done all they could, they had still been unable to stop the four terrifying behemoths. Even he himself had been sent flying by the behemoth. But no matter what the situation, he would never give up, much less admit defeat. No, there must still be hope, there must be. Wang Chong clenched his teeth. Boom! Finally, Wang Chong crashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Time returned to normal. Wang Chong vomited blood and stood up. At this moment, countless voices began to swarm toward him, and Wang Chong could finally hear the voices of Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli. Wang Chong, retreat! Retreat! There's nothing we can do. We can't fight against the behemoth. We've already lost Talas. Retreat. Preserve our strength. We still have a chance. Wang Chong saw Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli anxiously looking at him. Neither Gao Xianji nor Qing Qianli were cowards. In the Battle of Talas, the fact that Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli had managed to hold their ground for more than 2 months was enough to prove their worth. Gao Xianji had never given up during this entire battle, but now Gao Xianji had been forced to give up. Although this decision was painful, it was the wisest one. Gao Xianji's heart was extremely heavy as he looked at the 4 tireless behemoths and the bloody corpses strewn across the battlefield. There was no doubt that the Tang dynasty had been utterly defeated in this battle. Continuing to persist would only result in meaningless casualties. They had been able to put up a desperate fight against humans, but against these behemoths, they had to retreat. They could not allow the last bit of the Tang dynasty's strength in the western regions to be completely buried here. If they knew that they would lose this battle, why would they resist? As the commander-in-chief, the wisest decision was to lead the army out of the encirclement and do their best to preserve their strength so that they could fight again in the future. Chonger, run. Wang Yan also spoke, his face fraught with panic. In all battles, Wang Yan had always bravely pressed forward, never retreating even half a step. Even in the arduous war of the Southwest, he had never had the slightest thought of retreating. But in the face of these behemoths and the vast army behind them, Wang Yan could see no hope of survival. Even though his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, Wang Yen was forced to make this decision. The strength of the behemoths was not something that humans could contend against. They had done all they could to stop them, but they had still failed. If they did not retreat now, even if the Tang dynasty still had more than 80,000 soldiers, the terrifying strength of the behemoths would instantly destroy more than half of them. Moreover, there were still 200,000 Arab cavalry in the rear, and in the distance, Dalawan Ruozan was still glaring at them. They could only retreat as quickly as possible to preserve their strength. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had truly lost this battle. No, impossible. The Battle of Talas will never end like this. I will never retreat. Chapter 980. The Tang dynasty cannot be defeated. The Tang dynasty cannot be defeated. Wang Chong clenched his fists so tightly that his bones creaked. No one understood better than him that once Talas was lost, the Tang dynasty would never have a chance to rise again. The western regions would be lost, Qixi would be lost, Longxi would be lost, Yuzhou would be sickened, the Tang dynasty would fall into internal strife, and the calamity would descend. Step by step, the Tang dynasty would descend into an abyss of eternal damnation. If he wanted to change all this and save the Tang dynasty, he had to hold Talas and defeat Arabia. Only by holding Talas could he slowly reverse the tragic fate of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, the Stone of Destiny would not allow him to retreat. Retreat meant death. Roar! The distant behemoths roared, and as Wang Chong clenched his teeth and refused to retreat, a cloud of dust rose from the defense line. The Burning One, the Consecrated, and the White Bear were wreaking havoc on the first defense line, causing countless Tang dynasty soldiers to flee in panic, thousands of corpses in their wake. Blood seeped into the ground, and in a place where no one could see, a figure sinisterly chuckled. Die, die. All of you die for me. My obedient pets, kill all these infidels for me. The hunchbacked Mazel sat on the head of the centipede monster, his hands raised high into the air. Blood seeped down from the ground, dripping onto his head, face, and arms. Mazel's face was suffused with the ultimate joy of slaughter. As the commander of the behemoth army, a favored subject of the Caliph, a deformed and ugly monster, even in the Arabian Empire, Mazel was a sinister and terrifying existence feared by all. But few people knew that Mazel was even more sinister and terrifying than he let on. Mazel had never feared war. Wherever there was a stalemate, there would be Mazel and his behemoths. In every battle, Mazel's favorite thing to do was to dive into the ground while the behemoths crushed their foes into meat paste, allowing the thick blood to wash over him like a raging river. And through this slaughter and blood, Mazel obtained boundless pleasure. This was far more satisfying and intoxicating than his status as the commander of the behemoth beast army and a favored subject of the Caliph. I said before, no one can stop my behemoths, not even these Tang people. Kill them all for me. Ha ha. Mazel's eyes were round as he wildly laughed, his expression one of excitement. The great Tang had already been defeated, and Mazel was well aware that the moment he had sent out his 4 strongest behemoths, the Tang had already lost. Moreover, there were still the 200,000 elite Arab cavalry. There's only that brat left. Mazel narrowed his eyes as this thought flitted through his mind. These infidels who had opposed Arabia truly deserved to be killed, but in Mazel's mind, there was one person who was even more detestable than the Tang people. This was someone that Mazel had to kill as soon as possible. 3 behemoths was the largest loss the behemoth army had ever suffered in its history, and it was a disgrace to Mazel. Once I kill you, I'll personally make your head into a toilet bowl. Mazel inwardly sneered, and a moment later, he used a spell to communicate with the giant ape on the ground. Of all the behemoths, the consecrated's strength was unquestionable. No behemoth was stronger than it. Dust churned on the ground as the 4 behemoths wreaked havoc on the battlefield like evil spirits of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a savage light flashed through the scarlet eyes of the giant ape on the far left as it locked onto the distant Wang Chong. Roar! The behemoth roared, and with several leaps, the giant ape abandoned the others and lunged at Wang Chong. Its steely fist created a massive vortex in the air as it smashed toward Wang Chong with the momentum of a thunderbolt. The giant ape's attack had been extremely sudden, and it had chosen the exact moment when the Tang dynasty had been routed and Wang Chong had received the order to break out of the encirclement. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil as he prepared to retreat. Marquis, watch out! Ballista soldiers, stop the behemoths! Marquis! Boom! The roars of the behemoths had attracted the attention of the behemoths, and when they saw this sight, they were all stunned and terrified. Marquis was truly powerful, but even more powerful were the behemoths raised by Arabia, existences that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Even more frightening was that Marquis was standing there motionless, clearly in a daze. Boom boom boom. On the vast battlefield, a series of booming sounds rang out. Long black crossbow bolts whizzed out from all directions like flood dragons emerging from the sea, shooting towards the giant ape's sky-blotting fist. At this moment, all the ballista soldiers that were not under attack and could still fire were participating in the assault. However, there was only a series of earth-shattering metallic sounds. All of the black crossbow bolts seemed to have hit the giant ape's fist, and all of the attacks were completely blocked, as if they had hit the hardest layer of barriers. Sharp ballista bolts, each weighing tens of thousands of jin, rained down from the sky. The giant ape's fist, on the other hand, accelerated toward Wang Chong. Cries of alarm rang out as everyone felt their hearts go cold. Wang Chong, watch out! Just when it seemed like Wang Chong was about to be struck by the consecrated, a figure suddenly shot forward, swinging his sword and unleashing a destructive beam of sword qi at the giant ape's fist. Gao Xianji, you should worry about yourself. Buzz. Wang. Something strange happened. In that instant, black smoke billowed behind the giant ape, and a powerful blast of energy blotted out the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck Gao Xianji's majestic sword qi with a boom. Before the sword could strike the giant ape and stop its attack, it was struck by the vast, powerful, and steel-like energy. With a rumble, it vanished into nothingness. How could this be? On the ground, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Gao Xianji was the commander of the Anxi Protectorate Army and one of the top-class great generals of the Tang dynasty. His fighting prowess was probably on par with Duwusili, but someone had been able to scatter his sword qi with a single blow. This sort of cultivation was simply astonishing. Abu Muslim. In the air, Gao Xianji turned his head and saw the figure that stood out from the army behind the huge beast. His pupils constricted, and his expression instantly changed. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the lake. The person who had intercepted Gao Xianji had an eagle's eyes, a deep nose, and a black cape that flapped in the wind. He was like a demon god from the abyss, and he was nearly 1.9 meters tall. Even amongst the many great generals, he stood out from the rest, his body tall and straight. His disdainful eyes exuded a callous and decisive aura. Anyone who saw him could tell at a glance that he was a man of great skill and daring. But what left the deepest impression was the unique energy exuded by this person. It was the scent of steel and fire. This scent was everywhere, filling every pore of his body, every cell, and even every breath. This was a man who was truly born for battle, a natural-born warrior, a pure soldier, and the most revered, respected, and charismatic leader in the hearts of millions of soldiers. In the entire eastern region of the Arabian Empire, Abu Muslim was probably the only person who possessed this sort of temperament. After patiently waiting for so long, Abu Muslim had finally taken the field. The Tang dynasty had already been in a perilous situation, and now that the Arab commander Abu Muslim had taken the field, the Tang dynasty was in an extremely perilous situation. Gao Xianji, I respect you as a hero, so in this battle, I will personally send you on your way. Abu Muslim's voice was articulate, and as he spoke, a pitch-black fist energy as heavy as a mountain flew through the air, thundering toward Gao Xianji with the speed of a thunderbolt. The moment Abu Muslim punched, a dreadful roar resounded through the air as boundless flames exploded out. Behind Abu Muslim, one could faintly make out the image of a demon god covered in violet-black scales, the hairs of an ox protruding from its body. Behind the gigantic demon god, there was a huge golden-red pillar. The 72 demon god pillars. Abu Muslim was the commander of the army and one of the supreme experts of the Abbasid Caliphate. In his youth, he had been waging war all over the world, and in one of the countries he had conquered that had ties to the Abbasid Caliphate, Abu Muslim had inadvertently obtained a legendary Arabian martial art, the 72 demon god pillars art. In the legends of the Abbasid Caliphate, 72 powerful and terrifying demon gods lived in the sea. They were the enemies of the entire continent, constantly destroying the human world. Later on, the gods sealed them in the 72 demon god pillars and threw them into the depths of the sea. These were the 72 demon god pillars. But even though they had been sealed, the abilities of the 72 demon god pillars had been passed down. This was the powerful 72 demon god pillars art. They had been recorded in 72 secret manuals that had been passed down through the generations of the Abbasid Caliphate. But as the fires of war and the passage of time passed down, a large portion of the 72 demon god pillars art had been lost. But the 72 demon god pillars art that had been passed down through the ages had each possessed astonishing abilities. Each person who had obtained a copy of the 72 demon god pillars art had become an extremely powerful existence in history. If they weren't great generals, they were governors, and they had accomplished incredible feats, becoming legendary existences in Arab history. Chapter 981. The armor Gao Xianji was wearing had been bestowed upon him by the Holy Emperor and was extremely tough. Even divine weapons would find it very difficult to damage it. In his 10-some years in the western regions, this armor had always protected Gao Xianji, but in the end it had been destroyed by Abu Muslim. One could easily imagine how powerful Abu Muslim was. Boom! Gao Xianji had already consumed a great deal of his strength to fight against the behemoths, and now that Abu Muslim was in peak condition, he instantly suppressed Gao Xianji. The assault of the 4 behemoths and the 200,000 soldiers was a severe test for the Tang dynasty, and Abu Muslim's appearance was like adding hail to snow, putting the Tang dynasty in an extremely disadvantageous position. On the other side, with Gao Xianji's attack blocked, the giant ape had no more obstacles. Its steely fist smashed down with the weight of Mount Tai at Wang Chong, and no one could help Wang Chong. But Gao Xianji's attack was not completely useless. The giant ape's fist was about to smash down on Wang Chong's head, and in just a moment, Wang Chong would die to the giant ape's fist. Bzzz. Suddenly, he heard the explosion of Gao Xianji and Abu Muslim's clash, and he came back to his senses. It's him! The sight of the giant hairy fist and that hawk-like, deep-nosed, muscular, and callous figure behind it made Wang Chong's heart tremble. Rumble! The giant ape's mountainous fist smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Crack! 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 The earth trembled and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Countless rocks and soil fragments shot out in all directions. The power of that punch was so great that it shocked everyone. Wonderful! Deep underground, Mazel clenched his fists, his eyes shining with bloodthirsty excitement. We finally killed this bastard. The young commander of the Tang dynasty, the bastard who killed his 3-headed beast, was finally killed by him using the consecrated. At this moment, Mazel felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Rumble! Under Mazel's command, the giant ape slowly raised its fist, its scarlet eyes sweeping over the ground. Those who dare to oppose me will not have a good ending. Although I can't turn your head into a toilet bowl, it's not bad to enjoy the sight of your crushed body." Deep underground, Mazel's eyes glimmered with excitement. Mazel had many perverted hobbies that no one knew about. Other than bathing in the blood of his opponents underground, Mazel also enjoyed watching them die a miserable death. The stronger an opponent, the higher their status, and the more fiercely they resisted, the more irresistibly attracted Mazel. Wang Chong had killed 3 of his behemoths and dealt a heavy blow to his army. Nothing was more attractive to Mazel than watching him die a miserable death. This was a feast that belonged to him alone. But a moment later, the excitement on Mazel's face froze. The ground that the giant ape had smashed open was empty. There was nothing there, not even a trace of blood, let alone a corpse. "What's going on?" Mazel's pupils constricted, and his entire body paled. A moment later, Mazel scanned the ground and noticed a familiar figure. Damn it, how could this be? Mazel's teeth were clenched so tightly that they were about to shatter. He had never imagined that at such a close distance, Wang Chong would still be able to escape from the giant ape's attack. A powerful killing intent exploded from his mind. "I don't care about anyone else in this war, but you must die. Do you think you can escape?" Mazel's heart seethed with killing intent, and without the slightest hesitation, the giant ape leaped forward in pursuit of Wang Chong. While still in the air, the giant ape raised one of its massive arms and smashed down on Wang Chong's head with the weight of Mount Tai. This time, it was even faster and more urgent. "Marquis, watch out!" Xue Qianjun yelled in the distance. He had already breathed a sigh of relief, but this sight made him tense up once more. The others also cried out in alarm, their faces pale and their hearts leaping into their throat. Wang Chong was the commander of the 3 armies, the Qixi Protector General, deeply loved and respected by all. If Wang Chong were to be heavily injured or killed in battle, the morale of the army would be dealt a devastating blow. The entire army would instantly crumble, but the giant fist smashed down. Boom! Wang Chong blinked away, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he once more dodged by a hair. Wang Chong's strength had already reached Tier 8 of the Saint Martial Realm, so no matter how powerful the giant ape was, killing Wang Chong would not be an easy task. Die! 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 Deep underground, Mazel was at first dazed, and then his eyes went red with rage. The more Wang Chong dodged, the more intense the killing intent in his heart became. "I don't believe that you can dodge once, but you can dodge 100 times, 1,000 times. Roar!" The behemoth roared as Mazel controlled the giant ape to unleash a barrage of attacks, its 2 thick arms swinging up and down like wheels of wheels against Wang Chong. But not even Mazel realized that as he dodged the giant ape's attacks, Wang Chong's eyes were growing clearer and clearer, his expression more determined. "I can't retreat. I can't retreat." A voice rumbled in Wang Chong's mind, and it was getting louder and louder. "The Tang dynasty can't lose. There has to be hope." The wind howled in his ears, the air rushing past his armor and hissing like swords. Wang Chong could hear the screams of the army, the panicked cries of the soldiers retreating, the gurgling of blood into the earth, the snapping of swords and banners. Other than the last battle of his life, Wang Chong had never faced such a predicament. Opening his eyes, Wang Chong saw the fierce battle in the air between Abu Muslim and Gao Xianji. The former Anshi war god was now in dire straits. Nearby, the bearded deputy governor of the Tang dynasty Ziad was also engaged in a fierce battle with Qing Qianli. Countless cracks had appeared on Qing Qianli's supreme desolation god, and the stellar energy chains were also covered in crack. Even more shocking was that the pitch-black supreme desolation god was slowly becoming translucent. This was a sign that the avatar had run out of energy and was about to crumble. The battle between Ziad and the behemoth had inflicted heavy casualties on the Anshi Protectorate army. Without the support of the Anshi Protectorate army, even Qing Qianli's supreme desolation god would find it difficult to hold out. "Wang Chong, run!" All of a sudden, A thunderous roar reverberated through the surroundings. As he was fighting with Arab Deputy Governor Ziad, Qing Qianli's supreme desolation god suddenly turned his head to look at Wang Chong, his eyes brimming with anxiety and urgency. The Tang dynasty had already lost this battle. Whether they were willing or not, this was a fact. Whether it was in terms of numbers or the behemoths, the Arabs had far surpassed the limits of what the Tang dynasty could resist. The Tang dynasty should be relocating its soldiers and preserving its strength. Wang Chong, hurry! Qing Qianli's eyes were on the verge of bleeding. Everything had a price, and he and the Protector General could no longer escape. Right now, the only person capable of leading the army out of this place was Wang Chong. He should not have appeared here in the first place. The Qixi Protectorate had come here to save them. Only the Anxi Protectorate army could bring up the rear. Moreover, both he and Gao Xianji were soldiers, and they were no longer young. But Wang Chong was different. He was still too young, only 17, but the intelligence, strategy, ability, and talent he had displayed had already reached the pinnacle, a level that even he and Gao Xianji had to sigh in admiration. If he could survive, Wang Chong would have limitless possibilities. The Tang dynasty would also have limitless possibilities. This was why he and Gao Xianji had instantly made the decision to sacrifice themselves. If only one person could survive, Wang Chong was the best choice. Rumble! Unknowingly, a huge thunderbolt split the sky like an axe and swept through the clouds. At some point, dark clouds had begun to gather in the sky, and all of Talas was trembling under the weight of the thunder. Buzz! The moment the lightning bolt struck, Wang Chong raised his head and swiftly took action. His body swayed, but he did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly flew toward the giant ape that he could not see the end of. Wang Chong! Protector General Wang! Cries of alarm came from both Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli. Neither of them had expected that not only would Wang Chong not retreat, he would actually charge at the behemoth. But at this moment, Wang Chong could hear nothing. Retreat meant death, an abyss of eternal damnation. No matter what, he would not retreat. Ha! With a loud bellow, Wang Chong leaped up the giant ape's arm like a tiny ant. Still in the air, he swung his wuzi steel sword, unleashing a blazing white sword qi tensum zhang long. As it swayed through the air, it turned from white to violet and cut into the giant ape's body. In this attack, Wang Chong had actually added the characteristics of the strength of Lu Wu to the art of god and demon obliteration. Awo! The giant ape howled in grief as it drew back its arm, its body trembling in pain. Those scarlet eyes that had been brimming with cruelty and savagery were now thrown into chaos. Boom! As Wang Chong stood on the shattered earth and stared at the howling giant ape, he suddenly punched. Something's wrong. Chapter 982. BZZT. Buzz! As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong suddenly stopped dodging and stood motionless on the spot. Boom! A black fist several times larger than Wang Chong did not strike at Wang Chong. Instead, it smashed into an area 6 to 7 zhang away, triggering a massive explosion. Bang! A boulder the size of a millstone and covered in sharp edges smashed toward Wang Chong. When it was still 1 zhang away, it was stopped by an invisible wall of stellar energy and fell to the ground. Something's wrong. Wang Chong still stood there as if he had seen nothing and felt nothing. At this moment, a few thoughts flashed through his mind, but in his haste, he couldn't grasp onto anything. Boom! Explosions filled the air as the giant ape punched again, landing several dozen feet away from Wang Chong. Wang Chong could sense that the giant ape that had been relentlessly pursuing him had lost all its hatred, as if it had lost its target. Damn it! What was that violet flame? Deep underground, Mazel clenched his teeth, a hint of shock in his eyes as he quickly regained control over the consecrated. In the blink of an eye, the giant ape's eyes regained their savagery and cruelty, and it swung another fist at Wang Chong. This time, there was no deviation, and it smashed straight toward Wang Chang's head. Boom! Stone and dust flew into the air, but this time, the giant ape missed. Wang Chong managed to dodge the giant ape's fist by a hair. This time, he ignored the giant ape and flew toward the battlefield, toward the place where the behemoths were the most ferocious and the Arabs were the most numerous. As he flew, Wang Chong's eyes scanned the battlefield again and again. The feeling in his mind was getting stronger and stronger, like something was on the verge of emerging, but it was still lacking something. No, that's not right at all. There must be something I overlooked. The giant beasts must have a weakness. They only appeared for a short period of time before disappearing. There must be a reason. A thunderous voice boomed in Wang Chong's mind. What is this heathen trying to do? Does he really think he can stop my 3 giant beasts by himself? Deep underground, Mazel was also struck dumb by Wang Chong's sudden action. But Mazel quickly came back to his senses. Struggling and struggling at death's door. In the end, you still have to die. Although Mazel wasn't very strong, he was deep underground, and with the help of his centipede monster, no one could harm him. With 4 top-notch giant beasts, there was nothing that could go against him. Even great generals had to bow their heads. On the surface, Wang Chong had no idea what was going on. His eyes were constantly scanning the battlefield, and when he saw the giant white bear behemoth in the northwest, Wang Chong's eyes suddenly focused. The massive white bear behemoth had been wreaking havoc in the direction of Talas, and just when it was about to charge into the Arab army coming from the rear, the white bear suddenly changed its direction, lunging forward. On this battlefield of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the white bear behemoth's movement was extremely subtle and inconspicuous. If Wang Chong hadn't been paying close attention, he would have never noticed it. Something's wrong. The feeling in Wang Chong's mind intensified. Buzz! As his eyes flitted past the center of the defense line, the fire-breathing lizard and the powerful behemoth, Wang Chong once more noticed something unusual. The 2 Arabian behemoths continued to wreak havoc as they advanced. At some point, the 2 behemoths had deviated from their original path and were getting closer and closer to each other. But a moment later, as the 2 behemoths were getting closer and closer to each other, it was like an invisible rope had been tied to their bodies and pulled them back. The 2 behemoths that had originally been on the verge of colliding with each other suddenly turned their heads and returned to their original path, continuing to advance in a straight line without getting too far away from each other. Wang Chong's eyes widened, and the feeling in his mind intensified to the extreme. Roar! The giant ape bellowed, its pitch-black body as sturdy as a diamond. Without even thinking, it unleashed an earth-shattering punch at Wang Chong. Strangely, Wang Chong was standing on the ground. Given the giant ape's height, its eyes should have been looking at the ground when it attacked. Although the giant ape's arm had come down, its scarlet eyes were not looking at the ground. It gave off the feeling that its body and mind were in complete disharmony, as if they were being controlled. Bang! As this final thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, his body trembled. At this moment, he suddenly realized what was wrong. These 4 behemoths were in a state of complete control. The behemoths were acting on instinct. In other words, whether it was the Tang people or the Arabs, they were all the same in their eyes. The behemoths would never change direction after discovering that the Arabs were in front of them. Similarly, a behemoth moving on instinct would never move in a straight line. Not even the giant ape would make the low-level mistake of having its hands and eyes out of coordination. It was more like someone else was controlling it. Once could be a coincidence, twice could be a coincidence, and 3 times was inevitable. The behavior of these 4 behemoths was abnormal. Psychic energy. As this thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, he seemed to understand something. If a person wanted to control another creature, especially a gigantic beast that was so huge and powerful that it seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, it was impossible to do so with just Gang Chi. There was only one way to control a creature with such a huge body, and that was mental power. How could it appear here? The calamity hasn't even descended, so how could someone possess such enormous psychic energy? To think that someone could use psychic energy to control such a massive creature. Wang Chang's mind was in turmoil. In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, everyone cultivated stellar energy. Powerful martial artists could be found everywhere in this world, but existences with powerful psychic energy were few and far between. Wang Chong had only seen psychic energy on a few of the otherworldly invaders before the calamity. Psychic energy was formless and difficult to attack, but the psychic energy of these people was so condensed that it could actually injure top-class martial artists and even control the best generals under Wang Chong's command. However, this was an ability that only the foreign invaders possessed. All of the human warriors had slowly come to understand this ability in the process of fighting against them, and they had also developed a similar method of mental resistance. But the calamity had yet to descend, and the apocalypse was still several years away. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would encounter a powerful existence that could use psychic energy to control the behemoth. Just what's going on here? Why does the Arabian Empire have such a powerful psychic energy expert? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. This discovery had completely overturned everything he knew. Martial artists would find it very difficult to contend against powerful psychic energy experts, unless they could find their true bodies. As this thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly came up with an idea. Reincarnation had made Wang Chong different from other martial artists. Although his martial arts had not yet reached the peak of the saint martial realm, his psychic energy was at the war saint level. Bang! In a flash, Wang Chong once more dodged the giant ape's attack. At the same time, Wang Chong formed a strange seal with his left hand. A moment later, majestic psychic energy surged out of his brow and swept through the air like a tide. At first, Wang Chong hadn't noticed anything. There was nothing in the air, but a moment later, when the giant ape retracted its arm and scanned the air with its scarlet eyes, Wang Chong sensed an extremely secretive ripple of psychic energy pass through the giant ape's body and vanish without a trace. If not for the fact that Wang Chong had been searching this entire time, he would have never noticed it. Over there! Wang Chong immediately turned his gaze in the direction the psychic energy ripple had vanished. But when he saw the source of that psychic energy ripple, even though Wang Chong had been prepared, he couldn't help but grimace. The source of that psychic energy ripple was actually on the ground. Down. How could this be? Wang Chong was stunned. He had guessed that this psychic energy expert was nearby, perhaps even hidden amongst the Arab army, but he had never imagined that this psychic energy expert would be hiding underground. This was truly unexpected and left him flabbergasted. With Wang Chong's Tier 8 Saint martial strength, no matter where his opponent was on the ground, even if they were in the air, Wang Chong would still be able to attack them. But if they were underground, not even someone of Wang Chong's abilities would be able to do so. Ah! At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly heard cries of alarm at his ears. Hurry and save General! In shock, Wang Chong turned his head and immediately saw the distant Chen Shusun. Chen Shusun's face was pale, and his eyes were fixed on the sky, a look of deep despair on his face. Following his gaze, Wang Chong immediately saw a massive golden-armored god in front of him. The armor on the golden-armored god's body had been completely shattered, and his entire body had a dim expression. In front of him, a giant red lizard was opening its mouth, releasing a destructive power that was even more intense than the sun. The lizard was about to spit out a ball of flames that was even more destructive than the sun. Its target was the already off-balance golden-armored god. Chapter 983. Father! Wang Chong's mind reeled in shock. He had been focused on the battlefield this entire time, pondering how to deal with the behemoth. He had never imagined that his father, the mighty miracle god, would be forced into such dire straits in such a short time. But from such a distance, not even someone of Wang Chong's strength could come to his aid in such a short time. Ha ha ha, die! Underground, Mazel was madly laughing. He had never been one to be easily satisfied. In this operation, besides the young Tang commander, the other 3 Tang commanders were also his target. Killing several enemy great general-level commanders had always been a game and hobby of his that he never got tired of. If he could kill that young man and the Tang dynasty commanders at the same time, nothing could be better for Mazel. Kid, first kill these Tang people for me. Deep underground, Mazel controlled the Burning One to spit out a lava-like flame. 100 zhang, 200 zhang. The flames rapidly expanded, and just when it seemed like Wang Yan was about to be heavily injured by the Burning One's flames, something completely unexpected occurred. Bang! A majestic bolt of psychic energy shot forward, striking the Burning One as well as the psychic energy that Mazel had attached to the Burning One. Father! Only now did Wang Chong's shout come from the distance. Not even Mazel had expected that in his panic, Wang Chong would almost instinctively unleash his psychic energy and attack the Burning One in its purest form. Hong, the burning gold and surging sea of lava that could even melt rocks, suddenly trembled and abruptly deviated from its original direction. With the force of a thunderbolt, it abruptly smashed onto the ground 100 feet away from Wang Yan. At almost the same time, Wang Chong's boundless psychic energy shattered the strand of psychic energy that Mazel had left on the Burning One. The world fell silent. Mazel's eyes were wide open as he sat on the head of the centipede monster, dumbstruck. How could this be? Mazel's mind was raging with great waves of shock. Even though only a sliver of the psychic energy attached to the Burning One had been destroyed, this was no less than a massive earthquake to Mazel. At this moment, Mazel would not have been so shocked even if his 4 strongest behemoths had been slain in front of him. As everyone knew, there were very few mind power masters in this world. The probability of 2 equally powerful mind power masters meeting on the battlefield was not impossible, but it was close to 0. Could it be that there are also top-notch psyche masters among these heathens? Impossible. This was impossible. How could such a thing happen? Mazel's mind was in turmoil. Wang Chong's psychic energy had dealt him an unprecedented blow. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Mazel clenched his teeth, but he quickly came to his senses. As the leader of the Arabian behemoth army, he had been bestowed many psychic energy tools by the Caliph, and as a priest, he had obtained an ancient legacy, allowing him to possess such powerful psychic energy. No matter how strong a normal martial artist was, they would never be able to compare. No. Almost no martial artist could match up to him in terms of spiritual power. He could not believe it. This had to be a mistake. Burning One. Attack. Mazel's mind screeched as he communicated with the Burning One on the ground. Chonger. On the fierce battlefield, Wang Yan's mighty miracle god slowly withdrew his gaze from the blazing lava and subconsciously turned to Wang Chong behind him. The fiery giant lizard's attack was extremely powerful. Wherever the flames passed, the rocks were all melted, leaving behind a huge pit with a diameter of more than 100 feet. The pit was charred black, and smoke was constantly rising from it. The fiery lizard's attack had missed. Such a thing had never happened before. Although he didn't know what had happened, Wang Yan was sure that this matter had something to do with Wang Chong. In the distance, Wang Chong could clearly sense Wang Yan's gaze, and he was even more shocked than his father. Although he was the war saint and possessed abnormally powerful psychic energy, Wang Chong had never had a chance to test it. This was Wang Chong's first time clashing with a powerful psychic energy expert on a large-scale battlefield. In that moment, Wang Chong had almost instinctively released his psychic energy, but he truly hadn't expected it to have any effect. Roar! A roar came from next to him, and at the same time, he heard cries of alarm from the crowd. "My lord! Careful! Not good!" That behemoth is about to spit fire again. The crowd on the battlefield was in a panic. Wang Chang's heart tightened as he turned his head and saw that the behemoth was crouching on all fours, its throat bulging as it began to spit out flames much thicker than before. Rumble! As Wang Chong and Wang Yan looked over, the behemoth spat out another attack, this one much stronger than before. Buzz! There was no time to think. A majestic bolt of psychic energy erupted from between Wang Chang's brows, piercing through the air to strike the distant fiery lizard. Boom! Nothing happened, but Wang Chong felt like he had struck a steel wall. Within the body of the fiery lizard, Wang Chong could clearly sense a sinister and cold psychic energy that also exuded a thick aura of darkness. A psychic energy expert. Although he couldn't see anything, Wang Chong was sure that this was the psychic energy expert controlling all the behemoths from behind the curtains. Brat, just where did you come from? Mazel's furious roar resounded in Wang Chong's mind. I'm going to kill your people. Wang Chong sneered, and then another enormous surge of psychic energy, even stronger than before, erupted from Wang Chong's brow. The two psychic energies fused into one and slammed into the dark and sinister psychic barrier. Rumble! Mazel's psychic energy was once more pulverized. Boom! At almost the same time, the magma spewed out by the giant, burning one, seemed to be struck by an invisible force. It deviated once more and spat out more than 100 meters away from Wang Yan, scorching the ground. Retreat! Pass on my order! All soldiers, retreat! Wang Yan ordered, but he himself remained unmoving. Although he didn't know what had happened or how Wang Chong had done it, the current situation was undoubtedly extremely advantageous to the Tang dynasty, the best chance to cover the retreat of the army. In order to cover the retreat of the army, Wang Yan's infantry had suffered grievous losses. Rumble! The moment Wang Yan gave the order, the Tang dynasty infantry began to retreat. Even as they retreated, they maintained strict order and formation. On the other side, the Burning One's two missed shots had caused far more changes. In the air, even Abu Muslim and Ziyad, the two Arab governors engaged in fierce battle, noticed this anomaly. Although the behemoths were not as intelligent as humans, their instincts were extremely terrifying, not one bit inferior to the supreme experts of the martial path. The fiery lizard primarily breathed fire, and when it did so, it was not only extremely fast, but also extremely accurate. 2 missed shots in a row was not normal. In that instant both of them frowned deeply. But the behemoth army had always been a force outside of their control, a force directly under the Caliph of the Arabian Empire. Not even Abu Muslim knew anything about its secret. Thus, he had no way of knowing what had happened to the behemoth. At this moment, no one was more shocked than Mazel, seated cross-legged on the head of the centipede monster. Wang Chang's psychic energy strike had struck him like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Mazel's entire body was in a state of shock. Psychic energy expert. Psychic energy expert. He really is a psychic energy expert? Mazel's eyes were on the verge of popping out of their sockets. He had been deceiving himself the first time, believing that two powerful psychic energy experts could not appear on the same battlefield at the same time. But the second time, Wang Chang's psychic energy strike had shattered all his hope. How could there be such a thing? Just how old is this brat? Just how old is he? How could he have such powerful psychic energy? I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Mazel inwardly roared. Psychic energy, like martial arts, relied on ancient legacies. And because this was a world of martial arts, the legacies of psychic energy were even more ancient and vast than those of martial arts. Almost no one with powerful psychic energy was young. Mazel was a genius. Although he was born with a hunched back and an ugly appearance, his psychic energy was abnormally powerful. Very few people in the Arabian Empire could contend against him, which was why he was able to raise the behemoth army. In this aspect, Even the governor of Iron and Blood of the Eastern War Zone would have to admit that he was inferior. It was precisely because of this rare talent that Mazel was able to hold an important position in the Arabian Empire, where martial strength reigned supreme, that he was valued by the Caliph. But now, Mazel had encountered another powerful psychic energy expert, one much younger than him. This completely overturned Mazel's understanding of psychic energy expert. This world can't have so many powerful psychic energy experts. I alone will be enough. Everyone else must die. Infidel, you must die. No matter what price I have to pay, you must remain here today. Mazel inwardly bellowed. Before, Mazel had only wanted to kill Wang Chong out of selfishness because of the 3 behemoths he had spent so much effort raising. But now, Mazel's killing intent for Wang Chong had reached its peak. Mazel could even ignore Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan, whom he had previously wanted dead.